Chapter 12:10. When Xiao Yan woke up in the tea room, Xiao Xian had already returned to his body. Li Qingshu had once again recovered the warm smile he had when the few of them first met. Luo Jin, on the other hand, had an expression as though nothing had happened. At this moment, the gazes of the two were locked onto Xiao Yan, as though they were waiting for him to speak first. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the empty tea table in front of him. Only then did he understand in his heart that what had happened was not a dream. However, Li Qingshu's mood seemed to have recovered for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily threw his gaze at Luo Jin by the side. If he had to give an answer, it was likely that only Luo Jin would be able to do so. Although Xiao Xian was a rank 7 formation master, this was after all the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If they were to really fight, even Luo Jin would not be able to protect him. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiao Yan, the matter earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. The thing that you need is of great interest to my Burning Flame Valley. The old me acted in a moment of agitation. Fortunately, I did not hurt Mr. I hope that you will not blame me. Saying this, Li Qingshu actually stood up and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. If it were not for his status, it was likely that he would have bent his waist to express his apology. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him in the slightest. He hurriedly stood up and welcomed him. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, just Li Qingshu's cultivation was not something that he could accept. It is good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. However, this junior really cannot accept such a great gift from elder. Xiao Yan hurriedly supported Li Qingshu. The two of them, one old and one young, immediately became courteous to each other. They chatted with a simple smile, as though the unpleasantness from earlier had never happened. When the two of them sat down once again, the expressions on their faces had once again become serious. After all, this matter concerned the core body transforming milk. Even Li Qingshu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Next, Xiao Yan told Li Qingshu in front of him about the true reason why his group had come to the extreme south this time around. Of course, he naturally avoided the topic of the woeful poison body, and used another reason. Li Qingshu only nodded in an understanding manner when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He mused for a moment before speaking. So that's how it is. According to Mr. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that only the Earth Core Body Elixir can save your friend. No wonder Mr. would come here. At this point, Li Qingshu unconsciously glanced at Luo Jin, who acted as if nothing had happened. Even if Xiao Yan had thought of the geocentric body elixir without Luo Jin, it was likely that they would not have been able to reach this place and the incident earlier would not have happened. If your noble valley can help me obtain a drop of geocentric body milk, then this junior will definitely take out an item of equivalent value in exchange. Ignoring the situation of the two people in front of him, Xiao Yan went straight to the point. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Li Qingshu. Seeing this, Li Qingshu hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped Xiao Yan up. Seeing the sincere manner on the latter's face, Li Qingshu's heart could not bear it. With such a character, in addition to such outstanding talent and intelligence, it was likely that it would be his Burning Flame Valley's loss if he did not help. Moreover, the situation in the extreme south was currently changing secretly. If he was able to rope in a young member of the younger generation with excellent talent at this moment, in addition to the rank 7 formation master in Xiao Yan's body, all of these would be of great help to his Burning Flame Valley. However, I won't hide it from Mr. Xiao Yan. I'm afraid that it is difficult for this old man to make a decision regarding the Earth Core Body Elixir. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly. Elderly, as the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you are in charge of all the big and small matters in the valley. Don't tell me that even the Earth Core Body Elixir, if it was in the past, it might not be a problem. However, now it is extremely difficult. Although Li Qingshu was unwilling to admit it, he still helplessly shook his head when he heard Luo Jin's words. He let out a long sigh. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth once again. The two of you should also know that my Burning Flame Valley would gift the Earth Core Body Elixir to the first place in every sect grand competition. Moreover, that person would become a person that my Burning Flame Valley would focus on grooming. However, that was in the past. In recent years, for some unknown reason, the production of the Earth Core Body Elixir in my valley has sharply decreased. By this year, there is no longer a single drop of Earth Core Body Elixir left. The reason why the Valley Chief has not been present in the last few sect grand competitions is because he has been waiting for the formation of the Earth Core Body Elixir. Logically speaking, if the Earth Core Body Elixir is formed, he should arrive at the location of the finals at the latest the day after tomorrow. However, if he does not appear, then I'm afraid. After speaking until this point, Xianxia did not speak any further. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin already understood. In other words, whether they could obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir would completely depend on the day after tomorrow. If the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Chief appeared, Xiao Yan would naturally have hope of obtaining the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, if not, their trip this time would have been in vain. In addition, there is one more thing that I hope Mr. Xiao Yan can understand. Other than you, Qin Yan is also determined to obtain this Earth Core Body Elixir. Although you know how to barter, Qin Yan is a disciple of my Burning Flame Valley. Therefore, whether or not you can obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir will depend on your luck. When Xianxia's words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart instantly shook. In this way, even if he really obtained the Earth Core Body Elixir, there would still be a layer of difficulty placed in front of him. From the looks of it, he still needed to defeat Qin Yan before that. Taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan's fists gradually clenched tightly under his sleeves. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin left the tea room, the moonlight had already risen to the sky. The thin mist of the mountain was like green smoke that pervaded the air. Under the moonlight, various patterns were drawn on the ground through the branches of the trees. Lanterns curled up between the pavilions and pavilions. From afar, it was a unique scenery. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin returned to their loft, the others had already returned to their rooms to rest. After all, they had been personally invited by the Burning Flame Valley's first elder. Naturally, they did not think that there would be any accidents. Naturally, they also did not expect that such a shocking thing had actually happened not long ago. After Luo Jin returned to his room, Xiao Yan walked out of the loft. The tip of his foot gently pressed on the ground and his body leaped onto the roof. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was sitting there. Her two jade-like hands were supporting her chin as she gazed at the leisurely night scene in the distance. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin returned, they had already discovered the little fairy doctor. However, Luo Jin did not say anything and Xiao Yan also pretended not to see her. When the two of them saw her at this moment, the little fairy doctor immediately parted her mouth and revealed a charming smile. She indicated for Xiao Yan to sit down. The latter did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the little fairy doctor. He raised his head and gazed at the bright moon that was emitting a lustrous white light in the night sky. He could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that compared to the bright stars that filled the sky, the moonlight was always more difficult to surpass. Chapter 12:11. Under the moonlight, a thin fog covered the entire place. The pavilion was brightly lit. Occasionally, a meteor would fall from the distant stars. It was like a bright arrow cutting through the night sky, attempting to cut through the darkness. However, it would disappear in the blink of an eye. This encounter between light and darkness was short and beautiful. However, it gave people a shallow impression. This was because meteors often appeared in the sky. As long as the sky was filled with bright stars, it would always be accompanied by a meteor. This was a certain inevitability. The moonlight was white and flawless, appearing sacred. Only when the stars rotated in the sky did they appear bright. Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor sat together at the top of the pavilion. They looked at the long river in the night sky. The brows of the two of them would occasionally glance at each other. They appeared to be careful, or perhaps it was unintentional. Ooh, it seems that it has been a long time since I have seen the stars like this. Ever since I came here, I have always met with many troubles along the way. The fairy doctor curled her lips. She appeared to be a little unwilling and tired. It was not that she was unwilling to live such a life. It was also not that she was tired of following Xiao Yan like this. She was just unwilling to accept that no matter how many troubles she met, she could only stand behind Xiao Yan. During these few days, Xiao Yan had placed a large amount of his attention on the matter of the core body transformation milk. No one in the group had noticed the changes in the fairy doctor's body. Only she knew that other than her daily hard work and training, all the energy contained within the poison had been completely refined and absorbed by her after she had absorbed it. The current fairy doctor had already become a 7-star Dodi. However, it was still difficult for her to be of help to Xiao Yan with such a cultivation. Relax, there will be a day when those troubles will completely disappear. At that time, you can sit here and watch the stars and moon every day. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He could hear the trace of guilt in the fairy doctor's words. However, from his point of view, all of this was unnecessary. He had never thought of the fairy doctor as a burden, much less a burden. Xiao Yan only felt that the man who had been told by others that he needed to stand behind a woman to be protected was now able to cover her under his arms. No matter what the wind, rain, knives or swords, he would be able to shoulder them. The fairy doctor smiled somewhat disappointedly when she heard Xiao Yan's words. It was a long while later before she said, "I believe that there will be such a day. However, when that time comes, will you still be able to accompany me like this?" The fairy doctor did not know that a bright redness had surged onto her pretty face when she said these words. Even under the cover of the moonlight, she still appeared incomparably rosy. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard these words. But of Xiao, like of and of to. Even so. Xiao Yan thought about this question for a very long time. The group of people met in the hall of the pavilion. The little fairy doctor continued to serve tea and water to everyone like a little wife. The gazes that the others used to look at her had a playful expression. This was especially the case when their gazes were thrown toward Xiao Yan. The teasing expression in their eyes became even denser. Xiao Yan merely smiled in response to this and did not say anything. After which, Luo Jin described the situation of his meeting with Li Qingshu to everyone seated. The only thing he did not mention was the matter of him fighting with Li Qingshu. Xiao Yan had also inquired about the specific situation of this matter from Xiao Xian. He had naturally guessed that it was related to Luo Jin. However, Xiao Xian did not tell him the truth. All he said was that it was best for him not to know about this matter too early. Xiao Yan had heard an unknown number of such old excuses ever since he had started training. However, since Xiao Xian had already put it this way, it was naturally not appropriate for him to inquire further. He believed that there would come a day when the exact situation of this matter would appear in front of him. It was not appropriate for him to get to the bottom of it now. After everyone thought about Luo Jin's words, they all frowned. The situation they were facing was clearly much more complicated than they had imagined. Other than being unable to confirm the existence of the geocentric body milk, they also had to be careful of Qin Yan. The latter was also a strong competitor for the geocentric body milk. The Burning Flame Valley would definitely not abandon the future of their faction because of the item Xiao Yan had taken out. In that case, the first problem they had to deal with was Qin Yan. They had to make Qin Yan give up on the fight for the geocentric body milk. The best way to do this was to have Xiao Yan appear in the finals tomorrow and defeat him. Other than this, there was another problem that had been lingering in Xiao Yan's mind. According to what Li Qingshu had said yesterday, in recent years, the Burning Flame Valley's stock of geocentric body milk had been completely exhausted. Due to the sect grand competition, the Burning Flame Valley no longer had any geocentric body milk in storage. Its production had also sharply decreased. Even until this year, there might not be any left. These words had troubled Xiao Yan for a long time. As an item of the world, how could the geocentric body milk decrease for no reason and eventually disappear? According to what he knew, the source of the geocentric body milk was the geocentric stalactites. That kind of thing usually only existed within some mysterious ancient caves. Stalactites gathered the energy of the world and condensed it into essence. Normally speaking, it was impossible for it to disappear for no reason unless the stalactites were destroyed by an external force or the environment was damaged. However, this point did not make sense no matter what. The geocentric body milk had been protected by the burning flame valley for a long time. It was impossible for them to be so stupid as to destroy the stalactites themselves. If it was an external force, it was just as Li Qingshu had said. There were very few people in the outside world who knew about the existence of the geocentric body milk. It was already extremely difficult for them to enter the burning flame valley, let alone destroy the stalactites. However, since this was the case, why would the production of the geocentric body milk on the stalactites sharply decrease? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of trouble in his heart. After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of a possibility that had an extremely small probability. The instant this thought surfaced in his mind, a bright glow immediately blossomed from within Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes. Don't tell me it's like that? Chapter 12:12. The next day. When the morning light shone on this lofty mountain, the burning flame valley was already noisy. After a few days of waiting, they finally welcomed the final match on the last day of the Sect Grand Competition. The third round of the Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand Competition this time around was also the final round of the Grand Competition. It would be completed by the top 50 selected from the Sect Grand Competition. Other than that, there would also be a Sect Challenge competition after this round. The foreign experts who came to watch would compete with the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Regardless of which side won, they would receive a prize from the Burning Flame Valley. If one were to really talk about it, it seemed that the final challenge competition was the most exciting. When the viewing gallery around the plaza was once again filled with people, the 50 Burning Flame Valley disciples who had successfully been selected stood in the middle of the plaza. Qin Yan's figure was surprisingly among them. When the sound of a bell spread from the sky above the plaza, the noisy plaza gradually became quiet. Following which, the figure of an old man wearing a white robe slowly appeared in the sky above the plaza. Everyone looked over. This old man was the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, Li Qingshu. On the other side of the elders' seats, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley had already taken their seats. There was an empty seat in the middle. There was naturally no need to say who the owner of the seat was. I am very grateful to everyone for being able to endure these days of waiting. At the same time, this old man also feels proud that my Burning Flame Valley is able to have so many outstanding disciples. All of you are the future of my Burning Flame Valley and also the future of the continent. All of you. After a boring and old-fashioned speech, it caused the Burning Flame Valley's disciples to cheer and jump for joy. Only a small number of people did not care about this. Soon after, when Li Qingshu's cry sounded once again, the curtains to the last round of the Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand Competition began. The third round of the finals would be carried out in the manner of a guarding competition. There was no time to wait for a break in this round. Either a person would stand until the end or be eliminated halfway. Therefore, whoever went up first would decide that their ending would not be good. Of course, in order to maintain a certain degree of fairness in this competition, the disciples who were defeated in this round could regain their ranking in the subsequent challenge competition. If their performance was outstanding enough, they would still have the chance to charge into the top 50 rankings. As for the order in which they would go up first, it was completely decided by drawing lots. After Li Qingshu returned to the elders' seats, he took out one of the many similar jade tokens and opened it. Zon Toli. As soon as these words were spoken, among the 50 disciples below, a burly man immediately revealed a miserable expression on his face. He was complaining in his heart. Why didn't Qin Yan go up first? After being lifted helplessly, Li Qingshu immediately read out the next name. Similarly, another disciple who was in an extremely bad mood was selected. This kind of lottery was even more exciting than letting them know who their opponent was. When Li Qingshu announced the start of the match, the two people on the field pulled themselves together and focused on the battle. Soon, as the competition progressed, the first disciple to go on stage successfully defeated 3 people. His originally low mood gradually improved, and he even became a little fiery. Come on, bring it on. I want to see if you can defeat me, or if I can knock you off the stage with a single punch. Next, Qin Yan. Just as the wild laughter from Zhang Tuli's mouth sounded, Li Qingshu once again shouted out a name. Almost at the same time, the wild laughter from Zhang Tuli's mouth also gradually became softer until it finally disappeared. Even the aura of his entire person had dissipated by more than half at this moment. His somewhat overbearing and mischievous face involuntarily revealed a bitter smile at this moment. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to involuntarily laugh. Even Li Qingshu involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry because of this appearance of his. When Qin Yan went on stage, the gazes of Xiao Yan and the rest below the stage also gathered. Although Zhang Tuli's appearance was funny, Qin Yan's strength was not to be trifled with. They had not truly seen Qin Yan's fighting strength a few days ago. Since Qin Yan had personally taken action today, they would be able to see it with their own eyes. After all, there were still 45 elite disciples from the Burning Flame Valley in front of him. It was believed that even he would have to use quite a lot of strength. Seemingly having noticed Xiao Yan's gaze, Qin Yan on the stage turned around and landed on Xiao Yan below. The eyes of the two people intersected and there were invisible sparks flickering. Immediately, Qin Yan's lips moved slightly, as though he was saying something to Xiao Yan. "I will wait for you." Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. The latter withdrew his gaze upon seeing this and once again looked at Zhang Tuli in front of him. He smiled and said, "Please." Subsequently, another round of intense battles began again. However, the result of the battle was almost without any suspense. In just a few minutes, Zhang Tuli was defeated by Qin Yan. Then, the next person, and the next person. Until Qin Yan defeated more than 10 people in succession, the expressions on the faces of the audience in the arena had become dumbfounded. Everyone's heart was shrouded in shock. Compared to Xiao Yan's performance in the previous day, Qin Yan seemed to be even more overbearing today. His attacks were swift and fierce, and he did not give his opponent any chance to counterattack. After a few moves, his opponent was subdued by his strength. No one could last more than 10 minutes in his hands. This so-called guardian match had almost become Qin Yan's exhibition match. In less than half a day, the 50 people who participated in the guardian match were now left with Qin Yan and the last person. When the last person walked onto the stage, Qin Yan still had a calm appearance. He revealed a warm smile to the other party, but it scared the other party to the point that his body trembled. After hesitating for a while, just when Qin Yan was about to make a move, the person in front of him actually made a move that surprised everyone. This disciple actually decisively leaped off the competition stage. He had actually directly given up on the thought of fighting with Qin Yan. This scene caused everyone to be extremely surprised. It was only a long while later before the referee announced the result. He announced that Qin Yan was the victor and became the #1 person among the younger generation in the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around. This result was not surprising. It was just that the process was a little too fast. However, since the finals had already ended, it was naturally time for the challenge match. At the start of the challenge match, Qin Yan did not directly issue an invitation to Xiao Yan. The latter also did not wish to be labeled as someone who took advantage of others' difficulties. Hence, he did not step forward to issue a challenge. Hence, the subsequent process was naturally handed over to the top 50 disciples who had failed to make it into the rankings. Due to Qin Yan, other than the few people before him, the remaining 45 disciples were unable to obtain a ranking. Hence, the challenge match in front of them became their only opportunity to obtain a ranking. This time around, almost all the disciples went all out. After a couple of attacks, they actually defeated quite a number of challengers one after another, giving the Burning Flame Valley a great boost in the limelight. Of course, with the flow of time, the opponents they faced also became stronger and stronger. Naturally, it was difficult for them to fight against them. Naturally, there were also quite a number of defeats during this period. The entire process of the challenge match even continued until evening. It was only when the sky turned dark that the results were finally revealed. It was also at this moment that Qin Yan once again stepped onto the stage. Under the expectant gazes of everyone present, He looked at Xiao Yan, who had been waiting below the stage for a long time. Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan, challenges Mr. Xiao Yan. I am happy to accompany you. Chapter 12:13. Due to it being too late, the fight between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan was delayed until the next day. Although this did not affect the fiery hot mood of the audience, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan were clearly aware of the reason. Hence, they did not object. Finally, everyone present could only return resentfully. They anticipated the decisive battle between these two favored children tomorrow. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Xiao Yan was anticipating tomorrow's fight with all his heart. At the same time, he was also anxious about the condition of the core body transformation milk. If the valley chief of the Burning Flame Valley still did not appear after his fight with Qin Yan ended tomorrow, it was likely that the purpose of his trip to the Burning Flame Valley would be completely for naught. Currently, to Xiao Yan, even if he was unable to see the core body transformation milk, if he was able to meet the valley chief of the Burning Flame Valley, there might still be room for a reversal. Otherwise, it would likely be troublesome. On the other side, Qin Yan was also patiently recovering his body's condition for tomorrow's fight. He hoped that he would be able to fight with Xiao Yan in his peak condition tomorrow. As for the others, they were naturally waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's dawn with surging emotions. This night was slow and long. The dawn that had just separated was like an alarm bell that woke the world. Everyone became lively the moment the first ray of sunlight fell. Numerous rays of light cut through the sky and gathered on the open ground early. The fiery hot atmosphere was even better than the previous day. Under everyone's anxious wait, the two main characters of today's home ground had finally arrived one after another. The two young people were like two dazzling new stars. After this fight, not only would Qin Yan's name, but Xiao Yan's name would also definitely spread throughout the extreme south. Hey, I have already seen that this Xiao Yan is not an ordinary person. How can such a person be an ordinary person since he dares to be so strong in the grand meeting of the Burning Flame Valley? I think that this time around, this Burning Flame Valley's Qin Yan has likely met a true opponent. That's strange. I have never heard of such a young person in the extreme south. Just where did this Xiao Yan suddenly appear from? Perhaps he is a disciple of a certain large clan that has not appeared. The extreme south is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even more powerful factions. Not being famous does not mean that they do not have strength. Take that Yunin Pavilion for example. Although very few people know about it, it is said that the foundation of this Yunin Pavilion is not the least bit inferior to the three sects of the southern region. This is especially the case for the pavilion chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No one has ever seen his face. As matters stood, the audience, who were originally filled with disdain for Xiao Yan, had also changed their tune at this moment. Their faces were filled with admiration and worship, which was simply laughable in one's heart. When they mentioned the Yunin Pavilion, the expressions of the Origin Kings in the front row changed one after another. Clearly, they were very clear about the strength of the Yunin Pavilion. Moreover, from their expressions, not only were they clear about it, there was even quite a bit of fear. In the extreme south, there was no one who did not fear such a colossus. Even the so-called Origin Kings were the same. When the crowd's words reached Luo Jin's ears, the latter smiled in a non-committal manner. Immediately, he continued to chat and laugh with Bai Hua and the rest by the side. Only when Xiao Yan and Qin Yan stood in the middle of the arena did everyone's gazes gather over. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yan, we may not have known each other for long, but I've been drooling over your strength since a long time ago. Being able to fight you today can be said to have fulfilled one of my wishes. Brother Qin Yan's battle prowess is extraordinary, and you've even comprehended the laws of fire. It's truly admirable. I'm very curious as well. Since we're both cultivators of the laws of fire, just who will be stronger? We'll know in a battle. Qin Yan immediately laughed aloud when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His face was filled with pride, and he seemed rather carefree. At the same time, Xiao Yan did not back down either. He laughed aloud, and with a jolt, a tremendous presence immediately swept out from his body. It formed an invisible storm of energy that rapidly swept through the arena. Qin Yan's eyes could not help but narrow slightly when he sensed Xiao Yan's dense presence. He could sense that Xiao Yan's cultivation had clearly increased compared to 2 days ago. From the looks of it, he was about to break through to mid-returnance. Thanks to the challenge from the several hundred disciples of your valley, my cultivation has increased a step further. I think I'll be able to break through to mid-returnance in the near future. As if he understood what Qin Yan was thinking, Xiao Yan chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to rapidly circulate. Now let us fight. With a shout, Xiao Yan stomped his foot on the ground. As the tiles beneath his feet exploded, his figure shot forward. This time, Xiao Yan had chosen to attack first. Come. Qin Yan showed no fear at all when he saw this. He also charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Xiao Yan's sharp fist wind directly shot towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan clenched his right fist and Genesis Qi surged out. Roaring flames immediately adhered to his fist, and soon after, their fists heavily collided. Both of them had only taken half a step back when their fists struck out again. Their legs kicked out, colliding with each other. The intense melee was dazzling to the eyes. Their figures rapidly twisted and turned, palms to the side and fists to the right. Their figures flashed, leaving behind countless afterimages. After several hundred exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the victor. Such an intense battle situation caused the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley below the stage to find it hard to imagine. The countless spectators on the stage were even more shocked. All of them had their mouths wide open as their eyes stared straight ahead. Their dumbstruck expressions clearly displayed the shock in their hearts. Even those Origin King experts in the front row also repeatedly exclaimed in admiration when they saw this. It was really difficult for them not to praise the two juniors for being able to display such shocking strength. Based on this battle, it was not difficult to imagine that the two of them would definitely be dragons amongst men in the future, the cream of the crop. After a few intense exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the other party's strength. Hence, they decided to use their Do skills to fight. Compared to a pure melee, the more domineering Do skills would be able to display the most direct effect in such a battle. Xiao Yan and Qin Yan stood guard on both sides of the arena. Surging Genesis Qi gathered between their palms. Clusters of flames also began to form in the empty space around them. Only when the clusters of flames completely filled half the sky did they gradually come to a stop. High Spirit Class Do skill, 1000 Flame Star Fall. When the cry from Qin Yan's mouth sounded, the clusters of flames suspended high in the air around him suddenly shot out. They carried a long line of fire as they ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan like falling meteors. High Spirit Class Do skill, Overflowing Desolation Finger. Chapter 12:14. When the sky-filling finger came into contact with the 1000 Fire Star, a dazzling golden light blossomed like the radiance of the sun. Rays of light shot out in all directions from the point of contact like sharp thorns. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the entire plaza to tremble at this moment. At this very moment, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. There were even quite a few disciples of the Burning Flame Valley who had turned pale from fright due to the terrifying pressure. Even some of the Origin Kings present revealed shocked expressions at the scene before their eyes. It had to be mentioned that the two of them could probably be regarded as the best among the younger generation since they were able to use such a powerful Do skill at returnance. As a matter of fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were at the apex of the younger generation. At this moment, the two people standing on the stage were clearly the peak experts of the current younger generation. This battle was also a battle at the peak of the younger generation. Proud sons of the heavens, dragons and phoenixes among men. Although they were still young, the two of them had displayed the disposition of true powerhouses on this stage. In the future, the two of them would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the entire continent. With this thought, many of the experts present began to have an additional favorable impression of the two other than the admiration in their hearts. Since they were people with outstanding talent, it was naturally best to befriend them. Having an additional friend was always better than having an additional enemy. There were even many Origin kings who had originally planned to observe from the sidelines who began to have thoughts of joining the Burning Flame Valley at this moment. The Burning Flame Valley was originally the strongest faction in the extreme south. Adding on a heaven's favored child like Qin Yen, the future prosperity of their faction was obvious. If they were able to join them at this moment, the strength of the clans behind these people would definitely rise in the future. As for Xiao Yan, the Burning Flame Valley's first elder had personally invited him 2 days ago. The Burning Flame Valley also held the attitude of trying to rope him in. If the Burning Flame Valley really obtained the help of these two outstanding young people, it would only be a matter of time before they dominated the extreme south. Currently, the sect competition of the Burning Flame Valley was not only a time to test all the disciples, it was also a time for outsiders to witness the strength of the Burning Flame Valley. It was a time for them to pick their own side. Whether they joined the Burning Flame Valley or not would likely affect the future of their respective factions. Although the actions of the Burning Flame Valley seemed obscure, one could not help but feel a chill run down one's spine when one thought about it. The situation had yet to be decided, but the Burning Flame Valley had already begun to rope in various factions. It seemed that they wanted to dominate the extreme south. However, was the Burning Flame Valley not afraid that the other two factions would formally join forces before they could succeed in roping these factions? It should be known that once the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined forces, even the Burning Flame Valley would not be a match for the combined strength of the two sections. Of course, the Burning Flame Valley's victory lay in the fact that their Valley Master was an expert at the Great Origin Realm. Moreover, he was the only known expert at the Great Origin Realm in the entire southern region. As long as he was present, the two sects might not be a match for the Burning Flame Valley even if they joined forces. It was with such a thought that the favorable impression of the Burning Flame Valley in the hearts of the experts present immediately became even greater. The feelings in their hearts gradually grew stronger, and there were even quite a few people who had decided to formally throw themselves into the arms of the Burning Flame Valley after this matter was concluded. Boom. At the same time that everyone below the stage was calculating in their hearts, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan were currently engaged in an intense battle on the stage. Burning Sky Seal, Heavenly Fire Colossus, Giant Elephant Art. Intense shouts continuously resounded on the stage. Fists and palms intersected and the Colossus merged. The entire plaza was destroyed in this intense collision. In the end, the elder of the Burning Flame Valley saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly activated the great array below the plaza. Golden light enveloped the entire plaza. Clang, 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 clang. When the two collided, energy ripples continuously erupted and heavily collided with the golden energy wall. Following a wave of energy ripples, the entire great array continuously shook. The golden light on it flickered, causing people to unconsciously feel uneasy in their hearts. The elder of the Burning Flame Valley felt a heartache when he saw this scene. From the looks of it, the formation would be destroyed once this battle ended. However, even if this was the case, the battle in the plaza still did not have any intention of ending. Pure Do techniques were already unable to satisfy the desire of the two people in the plaza to fight. When Qin Yan used the power of the Great Way to agglomerate a long flame spear, Xiao Yan also clenched his large hand. The pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared inch by inch in his hand. His arm shook and pale blue flames instantly spread out, causing the entire huge ruler to turn into a fiery blue color. Its aura filled the sky and its frighteningly high temperature was especially shocking. This is a heavenly flame, huh? When Qin Yan saw the pale blue flames that were attached to Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler, his eyes that were filled with scarlet yellow flames involuntarily focused. His tone revealed some surprise. He did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him actually possessed a heavenly flame. In this way, wouldn't the advantage of his great way of fire be completely gone? This is just as well. Let me experience the legendary most overbearing strength in the world. Qin Yan was indeed an arrogant person. He was also of the fire attribute and was also a favored one among the younger generation. Even though he was facing a heavenly flame, he was actually not afraid. His face was filled with a fanatical expression, as though he could not wait to clash with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. With a stern cry, Qin Yan's feet once again heavily stepped on the already shattered stone platform. His figure shot forward in the blink of an eye and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Yan, who was holding a huge flaming ruler. The body of the spear in his hand shook and immediately pierced toward Xiao Yan in an extremely swift and fierce manner. Seeing the swift and fierce spear coming towards him, Xiao Yan's face also revealed a fanatical expression. With a loud laugh, he waved his divine arm and the heavy Shen ruler in his hand immediately swung out. The seemingly cumbersome huge ruler appeared to be as light as an arrow in Xiao Yan's hand. The heavy ruler's body violently collided with the swift and fierce spear in the blink of an eye. Beautiful sparks instantly shot out and the clear sound of collision did not stop. The figure flipped, the long spear danced, the huge ruler swept, the spear abruptly turned and the ruler's body horizontally. The attack and defense were swift and fierce. Both parties did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Relying on extremely overbearing moves, even Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was actually unable to suppress this fellow in front of him for a short while. Ding 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 ding. The clear sound of collision continuously sounded out. The flaming long spear in Qin Yan's hand was like a swift snake. It twisted left and right and actually cleverly dodged Xiao Yan's huge ruler. If it was not for Xiao Yan withdrawing his hand in time, it was likely that a huge bloody wound would have been left on his arm. After Qin Yan succeeded in his attack, he continued to pounce forward and bite. It was as though he was unwilling to give Xiao Yan any chance. The latter was also not the least bit afraid. The wide ruler's body flipped a couple of times and completely blocked all of Qin Yan's attacks. After which, his feet gently pressed on the empty air and he leaped into the air. His body flipped and the huge ruler in his hand was raised high above his head in the blink of an eye. Soon after, he heavily hacked downwards. The sound of rushing wind immediately sounded when the heavy ruler smashed downwards. Qin Yan did not dare to be careless. The long spear in his hand hurriedly swung horizontally. When the two collided, a frightening distance immediately poured out from the huge ruler. The long spear in Qin Yan's hand instantly bent. Even his eyes revealed a shocked expression. The bent spear's shaft directly pressed against his chest. The force brought about by it caused the blood in Qin Yan's body to churn. His throat involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. When the two of them separated once again, their faces appeared somewhat pale. When they looked at each other, they also appeared somewhat miserable. However, it was precisely this kind of battle that allowed the two of them to feel even more satisfied. Hugh! The two of them lifted their gazes and looked at each other as wild smiles rose from the corners of their mouths. They panted heavily as they circulated the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies. After a fierce battle, it was time for the two of them to prepare for the final battle. Xiao Yan, no matter who wins or loses today, I will remember this in my heart. When you and I have improved in the future, I will definitely look for you to fight again. All right, I'll be waiting. The two of them laughed heartily. After taking in a few deep breaths, Qin Yan straightened his body once again. His body jerked as the long spear in his hand danced once again. At the same time, wave after wave of blazing energy began to gather. Along with the Genesis Chi in Qin Yan's body, all of it poured into the long spear in his hand. Xiao Yan, let us decide the victor with a single strike. I'll also let you have a look at my great Dao skill, Heaven-Burning Fury. Chapter 12:15. When his arrogant laughter sounded, Qin Yan immediately held the long spear tightly with both of his hands. He pinched the long spear fiercely with both of his hands. As the long spear was swung horizontally, raging flames immediately soared into the sky from both ends of the long spear. In the blink of an eye, the fire that filled the sky enveloped the entire square. A frightening high temperature immediately spread out. At this moment, the air also became especially dry. At the same time, the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth suddenly became tense. Way of fire, gather. A loud cry resounded across the sky like a thunderclap. At the same time, two flame light beams shot out from Qin Yan's eyes. A certain energy between the sky and the earth suddenly became violent. Flames that possessed an extremely high temperature appeared in the empty space, causing the space to distort and expand. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Flames surged and filled the entire sky. At this moment, Qin Yan was waving his long spear with both hands. After swaying in the air for a while, the flames in the sky followed the dance of the long spear and gathered together. In the end, it condensed into an extremely huge flaming long spear above Qin Yan's head. The roaring flames surged in the wind. The scorching heat was unbearable. In particular, the shocking presence that erupted from the spear was even more frightening. At that moment, even the Origin Kings on the spectator stands could not help but stand up. Their eyes were fixated on the scene before them in shock. The shock they felt was indescribable. They did not even dare to imagine that Qin Yan, who was only at late returnance, could use a dose skill like that. This is a skill of the ways. Qin Yan, he's actually using a skill of the ways. How is this possible? He's only at returnance. At that very moment, those who had some understanding of this great way skill were all shocked in their hearts. Even the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who did not understand the reason behind this also had expressions of fear on their faces. This brat, he's going to destroy this square. Quick, strengthen the defensive formation. We can't let this kid hurt anyone. On the tall platform, Xianhua's old face involuntarily revealed a grave expression at this moment. The emotions in his heart had also become anxious following the appearance of this attack by Qin Yan. The Burning Flame Valley deacons below did not dare to be the slightest bit slow when they heard this. They hurriedly gathered the other deacons and joined forces to reinforce the formation in the square. Below the viewing gallery, Luo Jin's group had already stood up in an anxious manner. Their brows were tightly knit as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was facing off against Qin Yan in the arena. This group of people naturally understood the so-called Great Dao skill. Even the little fairy doctor, who was unaware of this, felt extremely anxious in her heart when she sensed the frightening energy aura agglomerating above Qin Yan's head. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as they stared at Xiao Yan within the formation. Her two hands involuntarily clenched tightly together. Of course, compared to the people below the stage, the person who was feeling the most nervous and solemn at this moment was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. He did not expect that other than grasping the Grand Dao of Fire, this Qin Yan had actually also grasped a Grand Dao skill. This could be said to be the area that he had overlooked the most. If Xiao Yan could face a Spirit Tier Do technique with a smile, then the current Xiao Yan could not even estimate the danger level of a skill of the ways of the ways. The danger level of this thing was no less than an Intent Tier Do technique. It could even be said that if a skill of the ways could truly be unleashed, its strength would surpass all Do techniques. There was no Do technique that could compare to a skill of the ways. This was because there was no energy in this world that could rival the strength of the ways other than external objects. A Great Way skill was a kind of frightening Do skill that was created by using the strength of the Great Way. Without the strength of the Great Way, it would be impossible to use it. Correspondingly, being able to use a Great Way skill meant that its strength was undoubtedly great. Currently, Xiao Yan did not have the ability or method to grasp a Grand Dao technique. This was because this kind of Do technique was usually formed by some experts after they had a deeper understanding or greater control of the Grand Dao strength. Normally speaking, if one wanted to learn a Grand Dao technique, one's cultivation would have already reached the Origin King level. There were even some who had to reach the Origin Emperor level in order to be able to comprehend a Grand Dao technique that belonged to them. The formation of a Great Path skill was, in fact, a process of understanding the power of the Great Path itself. In a sense, the formation of a Great Path skill was inevitable. On this continent, anyone who understood the power of the Great Path was bound to cultivate a Great Path skill. The comprehension and cultivation of the power of the Great Path naturally had its own distinct stages. Just like Do Qi and Genesis Qi, the stages of the power of the Great Path were, from low to high, the Great Path Tent, the Great Path Robe, the Great Path Manifestation, the Great Path Skill, the Great Path Transformation, and the Great Path Buddha. The Great Path Tent was naturally no different from the Void Tent that Xiao Yan used. As for the Great Path robe, it was another method to use the power of the Great Path. It used the power of the Great Path to condense on the surface of the body to form a simple and effective protection. After that was the Great Path manifestation, which was to condense the power of the Great Path into any shape or form of weapon that could be used as one wished. A Great Path skill was another sublimation of one's control over the power of the Great Path. The power of the Do skill that was comprehended and used would surpass any other Do skill. The power of the Great Path skill would also be pure. Hence, Great Path skills were also known as the most frightening Do skills in the world. Of course, the first thing that needed to be emphasized in terms of power was naturally the user's own cultivation. Without sufficient strength, no matter how powerful the Do skill was, it would be impossible to use it. Compared to the previous few stages, the Great Path transformation was clearly even more frightening. At this stage, one would be able to rely on the powerful Great Path strength to create a world and take it for oneself. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it would be. Usually, those who could comprehend and develop the power of the Great Path to this stage had already become the people who stood at the apex of the pyramid on the entire continent. But as for the Great Way of the Buddha, although the legends of this level were widespread in the outside world, no one knew exactly what it was like up until now, because that level was something that no one had truly reached since the ancient times. A dazzling glow was emitted from the fire-long spear. The frightening aura caused everyone present to be shocked. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult to discern the exact situation in the arena under the glow. Only a small number of people were able to barely see the situation in the arena. Xiao Yan's figure stood in the empty air. The heavy Xin ruler in his hand had already been returned to his storage ring. The serious expression on his face did not reduce by the slightest. This battle was likely much more intense than he had imagined. If he wanted to defeat Qin Yan, it was already very difficult for an ordinary Do skill to be of any use. In this way, the only method at this moment was Pef. Under Qin Yan's surprised gaze, Xiao Yan slowly extended both of his hands. A thought passed through his mind and two kinds of flames, one white and one blue, appeared in his palms. Soon after, under Qin Yan's disbelieving gaze, his two hands slowly came together. Finally, with a thud sound, the two clusters of flames in his palms were kneaded together. Chapter 12:16. This brat, what is he trying to do? Outside of the arena, Li Qingshu's old face twitched when he clearly saw the action of Xiao Yan's hand. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the scene that was happening in the arena. He really did not dare to believe that Xiao Yan actually possessed two kinds of heavenly flames. Moreover, Xiao Yan had used an extremely exaggerated manner to forcefully slap the two heavenly flames together. Was this kind of action not no different from seeking death? If it were not for Xiao Yan's composure, he probably would have attacked him long ago. What is this brat trying to do? Li Qingshu's old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, not daring to miss even a moment. His heart was filled with shock. His gaze stared intently at the dazzling flame that was repeatedly emitting sparks from Xiao Yan's hands. Although the cluster of flames appeared beautiful, everyone clearly knew that once the two kinds of heavenly flames exploded, its might would likely cause even the Origin Kings present to be moved. Grand Elder, what is Xiao Yan trying to do? Due to the unexpected change in the arena being too shocking, even the other elders from the Burning Flame Valley were unable to clearly see the actual situation within the arena under the dazzling light. They could only sense that there was an extremely enormous energy swiftly gathering between Xiao Yan's hands. That kind of aura might have yet to completely agglomerate, but it had already caused their hearts to feel an uneasiness. At the same time, the expressions of the other Origin Kings below changed. The presence was so powerful that even they felt a vague pressure. They were all experts who had made a name for themselves in the extreme south, so they obviously would not be stupid enough to ignore the situation, nor would they be careless just because their opponents were juniors. Although the cultivations of Xiao Yan and Xue Ying were still weak, everyone clearly understood that these two people could not be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate them, it was likely that even an expert Origin King would suffer in their hands. Time flowed by. At this moment, A beautiful pale blue fire lotus slowly agglomerated in Xiao Yan's hand under the light of the fire. At the same time, an extremely frightening pressure finally completely descended on this square. What a terrifying presence! Is this really something a returnance brat can do? The expressions of all the experts present instantly changed when the invisible force and pressure swept over the sky above this open ground. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked because of this. Li Qingshu's old face had become especially solemn. It was fine if it was just these two people. However, there were quite a number of disciples from his Burning Flame Valley present. Naturally, he could not easily deal with this matter. Elders of the Burning Flame Valley, listen up. Immediately reinforce the formation. We cannot allow this battle to affect the disciples outside. All the Burning Flame Valley elders present hurriedly nodded their heads at this command. Even the deacons stepped forward one after another. Their hearts were solemn as they poured the Genesis Chi within their bodies into the formation that enveloped the entire square. Immediately, golden light flourished. The dense aura caused the hearts of the onlookers to relax a little. With the protection of the formation, everyone in the outside world finally had some confidence in their hearts. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan in the arena also sent the enormous fire spears above their heads and the fire lotuses in their hands forward. An astonishing presence erupted in an instant. The sharp and domineering aura of the fire spear easily tore through space as circular waves of fire swept outwards. The already shattered floor began to melt at a rate visible to the naked eye under the terrifyingly high temperature. Even an ordinary Origin King expert would not dare to easily block such an attack. In contrast, the fire lotus that seemed as calm as autumn water was heading straight towards them. The light blue fire lotus slowly rotated in the void, appearing rather beautiful and harmless. However, wherever it passed, the void would silently collapse. Under the fire lotus, there was nothing but nothingness. Soon after, the fire lotus and the fire spear finally collided with a loud bang amidst the anxious hearts of the onlookers. Bizizi! The world trembled as a buzzing sound unfurled. An invisible wave of energy swept outwards, causing space and the land to crumble in the blink of an eye. The defensive formation that was suffused with golden light immediately began to shake violently. The powerful flames within were no longer something that the formation could stop. The faces of the Burning Flame Valley stewards that were continuously supplying energy to the formations suddenly paled. The Genesis Chi in their bodies scattered as they involuntarily vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without the help of these deacons, the strength of the defensive formation immediately weakened. Even though there were still the Burning Flame Valley's elders attacking together, the shaking of the formation became increasingly intense. The strength that repeatedly swept out within it caused one to feel terrified. Each time the energy collided with the formation, it caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when the energy within the formation completely exploded, and the frightening energy shockwaves once again ruthlessly smashed into the formation. As a clear cracking sound rang out, the pupils of everyone present abruptly shrank. The expression on Li Qingshu's old face instantly changed drastically. Before he could do anything, a terrifying wave of flames broke through the defensive formation, blotting out the sky as it unfurled in all directions. The raging flames seemed to want to devour everything as the terrifyingly high temperature swiftly melted the nearby stone platforms. The Genesis Kings below the platforms hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies, hastily retreating while blocking the frightening power. Oh no! Li Qingshu's expression changed drastically. He could not help but call out to Gaohu. However, everything was already too late. The frightening wave of flames crazily engulfed the plaza. There was already no one who could stop this energy. The faces of all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples turned deathly pale. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the destructive flames that were approaching them. Their bodies were no longer under their control. They could only blankly stand where they were and wait for death. You two brats, you're going to destroy my Burning Flame Valley. However, it was at this moment that a sigh suddenly rang out in the area. At almost the same time, Everyone present was shocked to see that the crazily sweeping wave of flames had actually stopped in the air when this sentence rang out. Subsequently, an invisible force abruptly descended from the sky. The invisible energy transformed into two giant hands that seemed to possess the ability to defy the heavens. They actually used an extremely strange method to once again gather the scattered fire energy together. The frightening energy swiftly shrank back, and the destructive aura that enveloped everyone's heads instantly vanished. The energy also returned to Xiao Yan and Qin Yan's bodies in the blink of an eye. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be stunned in their hearts. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. However, while they were stunned, the group of elders from the Burning Flame Valley seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Everyone's eyes immediately emitted a joyous glow. The bewilderment in their hearts also instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Valley Master! The Valley Master has appeared! The Valley Master has acted! Valley Master, you finally returned! The elders of the Burning Flame Valley, including Li Qingshu, finally breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Who could have imagined that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would appear at such a crucial moment, and even use a heaven-defying method to save all the Burning Flame Valley disciples present? Chapter 12:17. As the energy storm in the arena scattered, everyone's gazes looked at Xiao Yan and Qin Yan in the arena. Their pale white faces, tattered robes, and unkempt appearance caused these people to think that they were beggars if they had not seen them with their own eyes. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present shifted once again as they searched for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, who had stopped all of this from happening. He had resolved an earth-shaking energy storm with a single move. The cultivation of an advanced Origin Zone expert was truly terrifying. At this moment, everyone present was eager to meet the strongest person in the southern region. Just as everyone present was sweeping their gazes in all directions, the space in front of Li Qingshu suddenly distorted. Soon after, a white-haired old man wearing a fiery red robe slowly appeared. Valley Master, you have returned. Li Qingshu hurriedly cupped his hands towards the person in front of him upon seeing this. His face was filled with respect. Behind him, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley hurried over. They stood behind Li Qingshu and respectfully bowed. Yes. The old man replied and gently waved his hand. The group of elders behind him withdrew, leaving only Li Qingshu behind. First elder, it seems that quite a number of new stars have appeared in the Burning Flame Valley during the days that I was not around. The old man smiled with satisfaction. He did not take the previous matter to heart. After Li Qingshu hurriedly apologized, he recounted everything that had happened in the past few days to the person in front of him. When the latter heard this, other than a smile, he would occasionally reveal a surprised expression. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was enough to reveal the fluctuation in his heart. Yes, a heavenly flame, Indeed, I have also sensed it. However, why is it in the body of this brat called Xiao Yan? The Valley Master gently nodded his head as his gaze slowly landed on Xiao Yan's body. However, what caused him to be somewhat surprised was that there seemed to be a somewhat foreign yet familiar fellow within Xiao Yan's body. Unfortunately, that feeling was too vague, causing him to be unable to identify it. There's another soul in his body. It has the cultivation of King Yuan and is a level 7 array master. Hearing the Valley Master's words, Li Qingshu hurriedly told him everything he knew. However, the Valley Master's thoughts didn't seem to be there. He only responded after a long while. At the same time, Xiao Yan's soul trembled in shock in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. He couldn't control his emotions. He had never thought that he would meet his old friend here. Ancestor, what happened? Xiao Yan's heart was immediately somewhat surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of the aura within his body. Xiao Xian had always been calm. It was difficult for anything to cause a fluctuation in his heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley had actually caused him to be so shocked. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan did not dare to make bold guesses. How could it be him? It was a long while later before Xiao Xian's trembling voice was once again transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. The trace of excitement and disbelief in his voice had already fully expressed his current feelings. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly paused the moment he heard this. His gaze instantly locked onto the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley in the sky. Following which, he spoke in a somewhat doubtful manner, one word at a time. Ancestor, the person you speak of is the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, Ancestor Fentian. Ancestor Fentian. Luo Jin arrived beside Xiao Yan at basically the same time as Xiao Xian spat out these words. The words that came out of his mouth were actually the same as Xiao Xian's. Ancestor Fentian. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly shrunk when these words were uttered. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the old man in the sky. It was difficult to imagine that he would actually meet this person, who seemed to be a distant legend, in this kind of place. In other words, the suspicions and guesses that he had in his heart for a long time might be true. Ancestor Fentian was the founder of the Burning Flame Valley on the Do-Chi continent. He was also one of the peak experts on the Do-Chi continent during that era. He had an especially good relationship with one of the 8 ancient clans, the Shao clan. At that time, he and the clan leader of the Shao clan had both broken through to the Do-Di class. Finally, they disappeared from the Do-Chi continent together. It was unexpected that they would actually meet him here. Xiao Xian was the grandson of the clan leader of the Shao clan back then. When he was young, he had even been hugged by this ancestor. Now, however, ancestor, since this is the case, should we go? Don't be impatient. There are currently many people outside. It is still not the time for many things. Moreover, finding the core body transforming milk is the most important thing right now. Let's leave the other matters for later. Xiao Yan was just about to say something when he was immediately stopped by Xiao Xian. Things changed with the passage of time. People would always change. Xiao Xian's caution at this moment was also a form of protection for Xiao Yan. Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly as he stared at the old man in the sky. He was aware of the latter's identity and the other party naturally understood him as well. Back then, Luo Jin's father had personally come to exchange for the core body transforming milk on his behalf. Ancestor Fentian was clearly aware of this son of his. Little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. You have already grown up. Your cultivation is also not inferior. At this moment, Ancestor Fentian's body slowly appeared in front of Luo Jin and Xiao Yan. He had just appeared when he looked at Luo Jin. His smile was filled with praise. There were not many people on the continent who knew about the matter of the Yunin Pavilion. However, he was one of them. Elder, it has been many years since we last met. Your body has become much stronger than before. Luo Jin smiled when he heard this. His words were filled with flattery. Hey, little fellow, you really know how to flatter. You were only a few years old when I first met you. Can you still remember my appearance back then? Ancestor Fentian did not give him any face. The moment these words were spoken, it caused Xiao Yan to laugh. He hurriedly bowed towards the old man in front of him, who had quite a deep relationship with him. Junior Xiao Yan greets elder. Yes, I have heard about your matter. However, I'm afraid that my Burning Flame Valley is unable to take out the thing that you want. Ancestor Fentian nodded. He inhaled a deep breath of air. His somewhat hoarse voice also contained some helplessness. The production of the core body milk had sharply decreased over the years. Until this year, it was no longer possible to take out a single drop. Forget about satisfying Xiao Yan's needs, even within his Burning Flame Valley, no one was able to obtain a single drop. The expression of Luo Jin by the side immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Qin Yan, who had walked forward, could not help but pause his footsteps. He was already aware of Xiao Yan's matter. However, he did not expect that the two of them would not be able to achieve their goal after the battle. This was really like using a bamboo basket to draw water. However, just as Ancestor Fentian was feeling helpless and regretful, a glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He said, Elder, do you know the reason behind this? Ancestor Fentian was a little surprised when these words were spoken. His pair of deep old eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's body. Luo Jin and Qin Yan by the side also faintly revealed their gazes. You know? Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard Ancestor Fan Tian's question. Although I am not completely confident, I can roughly guess what exactly happened. Chapter 12:18. After the battle between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan ended, the sect grand competition finally came to an end. Of course, the true reason why the various large factions had come to the sect grand competition was not because of these juniors. Although the battle between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan was extremely shocking and even shocked all the Origin Kings present, the truth was the truth. In the remaining time, Ancestor Burning Heaven impatiently received a few experts who were interested in joining the Burning Flame Valley. After a simple discussion, he handed the stall over to Li Qingshu, while he himself anxiously went to find Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter had agreed to Ancestor Burning Heaven's request and was waiting for him alone in the tea room. This time, Luo Jin did not accompany him. It was said that he had received an invitation from Xianxia, but he did not know why. Outsiders did not know the outcome of Qin Yan's battle with Xiao Yan, but he knew very well that Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus was not inferior to his Burning Heaven's fury at all. In fact, there was even a slight chance of victory in the end. However, this was not the most important thing. The most fatal thing was that from beginning to end, Xiao Yan had not used the power of the Grand Tao. In other words, besides the Fire Lotus, Xiao Yan still had other trump cards. Until now, Qin Yan did not even know what Xiao Yan's power of the Grand Tao was. He could imagine that once Xiao Yan used the power of the Grand Tao, coupled with his strange Fire Lotus, Qin Yan believed that even if he used his full strength, he would not be Xiao Yan's match. After the competition ended, Qin Yan was like a moon surrounded by stars. He returned to his residence under the escort of all the disciples, while the elders sent away the remaining experts. The little fairy doctor and the others were arranged to wait in the main hall. If Xiao Yan did not return after the competition, he would be personally received by the first elder, Li Qingshu. Xiao Yan had already stood up to welcome Ancestor Fan Tian when he approached from outside the tea room. The two of them had a peaceful expression when they met. Ancestor Fan Tian's words were full of praise for Xiao Yan. However, both parties were aware of the other party's intentions. Hence, after exchanging a couple of courteous words, they went straight to the main topic. Xiao Yan, I won't beat around the bush with you. I can understand that you wish to obtain the geocentric body milk from me, but the most important thing right now, it's very difficult for the stalactites to condense any more milk. According to what you said before, this phenomenon should be another change in the geocentric body milk. Then, please tell me. The two of them sat opposite each other at the tea table. At this moment, the Burning Flame Ancestor's eyes were locked onto Xiao Yan in front of him, waiting for his answer. Senior, have you heard of geocentric milk marrow? Hearing this, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled, voicing the guess in his heart. However, a doubtful expression surfaced on the Ancestor Burning Heaven's old face when he heard these words. He seemed to have never heard of this name. Even if he searched through his memories, he was still unable to find any traces of it. After a long while, the old man in front of him finally frowned deeply and shook his head. His helpless gaze looked towards Xiao Yan in front of him. What is this? I have never heard of it. This could not be completely blamed on the Ancestor Burning Heaven. It was just that the number of times this geocentric body milk appeared on the continent was really too few. Therefore, it was not recorded in most of the ancient books. Even Xiao Yan had only quietly seen it when he was flipping through the ancient books. Even the records in the ancient books at that time were extremely limited. According to what I know, if the geocentric body milk meets certain special conditions, it is possible for it to undergo a qualitative change, or to be better described as sublimation. The geocentric body milk was an even more precious natural treasure that had been formed under special conditions after the geocentric body milk had been brewed for many years. Compared to the geocentric body milk, not only did the geocentric body milk possess the same effect, but it even contained an extremely large amount of natural energy. It was a natural treasure for cultivators. It could even be described as a spirit stone that could be consumed. Its effect was even greater than a high-grade spirit stone. According to what Xiao Yan knew, the geocentric body milk had appeared no more than 3 times on the continent. Each time it appeared, it would cause a great commotion on the continent. Countless experts would swarm over after learning of the effects of the geocentric body milk. Countless experts and sects would go crazy over it. Back then, countless experts had died for the sake of the geocentric body milk. There were even quite a few experts at the level of origin kings and origin emperors. From this, it could be seen just how precious the geocentric body milk was. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the face of the burning heaven ancestor in front of him involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. In his heart, he became even more curious and fanatical about the so-called geocentric body milk. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, that the current change in the geocentric body milk was due to the formation of the geocentric body milk, once the Burning Flame Valley obtained this geocentric body milk, would the strength of their entire sect not reach a new level? However, Elder, these are only my personal guesses. Therefore, if there is any problem, brat, you are really cautious when doing things. Relax, if that is not the case, this old man will definitely not blame you. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame our Burning Flame Valley for not having any fate with it. However, for now, let's go to the real place and take a look. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Burning Heaven ancestor immediately laughed out loud. He was naturally able to hear the meaning within Xiao Yan's words. If he were to get into trouble because of his own guesses, this kind of thing was not something that Xiao Yan was willing to do. Seeing that the Burning Heaven ancestor had given his guarantee, Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly. Immediately, under the former's lead, they walked towards a certain spot on the back of the mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. When the two of them arrived at the back of the mountain, only then did Xiao Yan see that there was actually a bottomless cliff behind this mountain. All life had disappeared at this place. From the waist of the mountain, it had once again turned into bright red mountain rocks. The mountain walls were filled with strange and rugged rocks. However, it was difficult to find a place to land. The distant horizon was filled with dense fog, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was behind it. However, one could only feel that even the fog in front of one's eyes was incomparably hot. It was no wonder that no one would attack from behind the mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. When the two of them stepped through the air and arrived at a certain spot on the mountain wall, the Burning Heaven ancestor's body slowly came to a stop. Immediately, he took out a bright red rock from his storage ring in front of Xiao Yan's doubtful eyes and placed it into an inconspicuous groove on the stone wall. Immediately, the hard stone wall began to distort in front of the two of them. After it disappeared, a cave appeared in front of the two of them. The interior of this cave was where the stalactite was located. The core milk marrow was located within it. The fellows outside have always thought of going up the mountain to search for treasures. However, they do not know that the actions of the disciples in front of the mountain are merely to confuse them and cause them to search all over the sect. The true entrance to the treasure is behind the mountain. The Burning Heaven ancestor laughed out loud when he saw the surprised expression on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, his feet moved and he took the lead to step into the cave. Behind him, Xiao Yan hurriedly followed after letting out a praise in his heart. Only after the two of them entered the interior of the mountain cave did the cave in the outside world once again distort and recover the appearance of a mountain wall. No flaws could be seen. Chapter 12:19. Compared to the outside world, the interior of the cave was a completely different world. There was a shallow ditch on both sides of the tunnel. Water flowed out from the inside but disappeared at the end of the ditch, entering an even deeper layer of the rock wall. According to what the Burning Sky ancestor had said, this ditch was naturally formed. It had already existed since he had discovered this place and had not been severed for many years. Moreover, the Burning Sky ancestor had treated the clear and active flowing water within this ditch as the lifeline of his Burning Flame Valley. He firmly believed that the Burning Flame Valley would not fall as long as the water still existed. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a non-committal manner in the face of this kind of hope. Although he could not fully believe it, it was good for a person to have some kind of hope. This was good. When one entered deep into the cave, one would be able to see that there was a luster being emitted from the rock walls all around the cave. The gorgeous and dazzling glow was not considered bright, but it lingered over the rock walls and the air within the cave. The flowing water within the cave was also endowed with a layer of treasure light because of this. The strange and unusual glow contrasted with each other between the rock walls. Gradually, numerous stalagmites appeared in front of the two of them. Some rose from the ground while some hung down from the ceiling. At first glance, it looked like an enormous skull with a mouth full of sharp teeth, appearing extremely frightening. A couple of minutes later, the two of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the mountain cave. The stalagmites in all directions formed a group. However, they seemed to have a mind of their own as they left a pathway in the middle. Some of the stalagmites were connected from top to bottom, forming a strangely shaped stalagmite. Occasionally, there would be water droplets sliding down from it. The surrounding stalagmites were the same. After all the water droplets dripped down, they would gather into a circular pool in the middle of the mountain cave. The pool water would follow the ditch and head to the outside of the cave. There was a pyramid-shaped stalagmite in the middle of the pool. The top of the stalagmite had a circular groove that was a couple of inches long. From the faint imprint on it, one could tell that this groove should have originally contained a liquid. It was not difficult to imagine that the liquid that was previously contained within it should have been the core body transformation milk. Unfortunately, it had already completely dried up after being collected for many years. Raising one's head to take a look, there was another enormous stalagmite at the top of this stalagmite. Its top faced the middle of the groove below. From the numerous cream-white water traces on it, one could tell that the core body transformation milk was agglomerated at this spot. After which, it dripped down. It had gathered for many years before it formed that shallow pool. Currently, however, the stalagmite and the stalagmite had dried up. The core body transformation milk was unable to agglomerate. Little friend Xianxia is able to see something? Ancestor Fantion had already repeatedly investigated this mountain cave a couple of times. However, his efforts were to no avail. At this moment, there was naturally no need for him to continue looking. Instead, he threw his eyes onto Xianxia. Currently, they could only rely on Xianxia to help them find the so-called core milk marrow. He had seen the core body transformation milk in the ancient books, but he did not know where it was located. This was also the first time for Xianxia. Therefore, he needed to be very careful. However, even though Xianxia's eyesight was outstanding, he was still unable to find anything after a few rounds of investigation. The stalagmite was completely normal. Not only did it not show any signs of being damaged, there was also no liquid seeping out. Everything within the mountain cave was extremely normal. Since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? Could it be that it was only casually mentioned in the ancient books and was difficult to find in the world? Xianxia did not believe it. The stalagmite here was not affected by any external force. The environment within the cave had also been completely preserved by the burning heaven ancestor. It was impossible for any accident to occur. Logically speaking, the core body transformation milk should be here. However, why was it that the core body transformation milk that should have been here was nowhere to be seen? Impossible! Xianxia clenched his teeth. With a leap he arrived at the dome. The burning heaven ancestor beside him hurriedly followed and carefully observed from the side. Soon after, Xianxia took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. With the help of the heavenly flame, he condensed it into a jade needle. Immediately he pierced it into the stalagmite. If one did not want to affect a natural object like this, one could only touch it with a jade object. If it was as Xianxia had expected, the core body transformation milk would definitely flow out when the jade needle pierced it. If that was the case, however, the development of the situation often went against one's wishes. When Xianxia pulled the jade needle out of the stalagmite, it only left behind a small hole that was an inch deep. Nothing happened. The expected liquid did not appear, nor did any energy aura seep out. There was nothing within the stalagmite. The appearance of this result caused the emotions in Xianxia's heart to immediately become nervous. Since the stalagmite had no form, it meant that the core body transformation milk did not exist. If that was the case, wouldn't his trip to the Burning Flame Valley be in vain? Then what about Lian? Thinking about this, Xianxia's brows immediately furrowed tightly. cold sweat also appeared on his temples because of his tense emotions. The burning heaven ancestor beside him also furrowed his brows. The two of them were silent as they each pondered about the reason behind this. Xiao Yan's eyes quickly turned. He kept thinking about the places where the core body transformation milk could possibly exist. Was this entire cave a stalagmite, a stone wall, or a pool under the water? Just as he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately refuted his own answer. The core body transformation milk was condensed from the power of the world. It did not even exist in the stalagmite, let alone in the stone wall. As for the pool under the water, the depth of the entire pool was only a few inches. Moreover, the bottom of the pool was made of hard rocks. Only the top part of the pool was made of stalactites. The difference was too great, so it was even more impossible. However, since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? This cave was only so big. The core body transformation milk was also condensed from this stalagmite. How could the core body transformation milk not be here? Looking around this cave, other than the stalagmite that condensed the core body transformation milk, where else could the core body transformation milk contain the core body transformation milk? That thing could not possibly drip down like the core body transformation milk. Drip down? The moment this thought flashed across his heart, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly hardened. The expression on his face instantly changed. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. Under the worried gaze of the burning heaven ancestor beside him, he suddenly lowered his head. His eyes looked directly at the enormous stalagmite below. Looking from top to bottom, circular cream-white imprints spread out like lotus flowers within the pit of the stalagmite at this very moment. Its size and the area it occupied only occupied around half of the pit. If one were to point out the most unusual part of the entire stalagmite, it would be this small cream-white area. When Xiao Yan descended, his eyes focused and carefully looked at it. He clearly discovered that there seemed to be a thin layer of cuticle on the cream-white watermark. Perhaps it was due to the accumulation of the core body transformation milk over many years that this layer was left behind. However, through this layer of cuticle, Xiao Yan once again discovered that the cream-white color under the cuticle, which appeared to be normal, was actually slowly flowing. In other words, there was another mysterious object within this stalagmite. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this object was most likely what he was looking for: core body transformation milk. At this instant, the impatience within Xiao Yan's heart was immediately suppressed by his excitement. He inhaled a deep breath of air. Beside him, the burning heaven ancestor also held his breath and focused. The gazes of the both of them gathered together within the pit. With the help of the jade needle in his hand, Xiao Yan carefully approached the layer of cuticle. After which, his actions were cautious and slow as he gently lifted it up. Sure enough, this layer of cuticle was just like duckweed that was gently floating on the surface of water. It was easily lifted up by the jade needle. At the same time, a layer of faint cream-white liquid was reflected in the eyes of the both of them. Chapter 12:20. This is the geocentric milk marrow. Although they had never seen it before, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell whether it was a treasure at a glance. Additionally, the objective of their trip was the geocentric milk marrow. At this moment, they naturally did not doubt that this cream-white liquid was the geocentric milk marrow without a doubt. Who would have thought that such a precious treasure like the geocentric milk marrow was not hidden within any stalactite? Instead, it was placed in front of their eyes. Other than a thin layer of cuticle, it did not have any other concealment. Who would have thought that this seemingly dried-up groove actually hid an even more precious treasure? If this was not the case, it was likely that the secret of the geocentric milk marrow would continue to be hidden after Xiao Yan had come to the burning flame valley. The two of them stood in front of the stalactite. Their eyes contained some spiritual light as they stared at the cream-white viscous liquid within the groove. The liquid was under the groove. The layer of cuticle on it separated it from the geocentric body milk. Now that they thought about it, the existence of the geocentric body milk was like a cover. The true treasure was hidden under it. In this way, even if it was discovered by an outsider and the geocentric body milk was taken away, the geocentric milk marrow would still be safe and sound. This was likely the method of nature. Although they had found the geocentric milk marrow, after a simple investigation by the Burning Sky ancestor, they discovered that this geocentric milk marrow was pitifully little. There was only half a bowl of it. This amount was naturally sufficient for a person or a small group. However, it was far too lacking for a sect. Even though this was the case, the Burning Sky ancestor still generously gave 1/3 of it to Xianxia, who had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. According to his words, Xianxia had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. This portion was something that he deserved. However, due to the former status, Xianxia still took out 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves from his storage ring and gave them to the Burning Sky ancestor. 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves. The value of this was naturally difficult to estimate. Although it was lacking compared to the geocentric milk marrow that Xianxia had obtained, it still caused the Burning Sky ancestor to be shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Xianxia would possess quite a number of treasures despite his young appearance. He even had the impulse to take out some geocentric milk marrow to exchange for even more thousand fan leaves. Of course, such thoughts were just thoughts. There was a limit to the amount of geocentric milk marrow. He still hoped that this geocentric milk marrow would create a couple more geniuses for his Burning Flame Valley. Naturally, he could not act because of a momentary joy in his heart. Xianxia's objective for this trip to the Burning Flame Valley could be considered to have been achieved after obtaining the geocentric milk marrow. With this thing, Lien's woeful poison body would be suppressed. In this way, with the little fairy doctor's skills, it should not be a difficult matter to help her completely control the woeful poison body. Other than this, the remaining amount was enough for him to split with Bai Hua and the rest. This could be considered quite a great opportunity. Next, he should make some preparations before heading to look for Yi Honglian. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the cream-white jade bottle in his hand. Immediately, he thanked the Burning Sky ancestor before the two of them happily prepared to walk out of the cave. However, at this moment, Xiaoxian's voice was suddenly emitted from within Xiaoyan's body. Wait a moment. Xiaoyan's body, which was turning back, suddenly paused when he heard Xiaoxian's voice. He was a little surprised in his heart as to why Xiaoxian would speak at this moment. There is still one more thing in the cave. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around after these words were spoken. His pair of pitch-black eyes instantly looked towards the deeper parts of the cave. There was indeed a small path that led to the deeper parts of the cave behind the stalagmites. Xiaoxian was referring to that place. At this moment, the Burning Sky ancestor by the side also turned around with a curious face. His old eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. There was some doubt in his eyes. Could it be that Xiaoyan had discovered another treasure hidden within this cave? While the Burning Sky ancestor was feeling curious, Xiaoyan took a step forward and swiftly headed towards the deeper parts of the cave. The Burning Sky ancestor hurriedly followed behind him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the deeper parts of the cave. The deepest part of the cave was a dead end. The uneven mountain walls surrounded the area, and there were pearls embedded in the walls that emitted fluorescent light, making the area particularly bright. At this moment, before Xiaoyan, there was a set of translucent bones that leaned against the wall. Although the person had been dead for many years, he could still sense a faint pressure from it. It was enough to show that this person must have been an expert when he was alive. Basically, as soon as Xiaoyan saw the set of bones, Xiaoxian's heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart was deeply shaken by Xiaoxian's emotions. Why would Xiaoxian, who was usually so calm and unaffected by anything, show such emotions because of a set of bones? What, you're interested in the bones? Ancestor Fan Tian, who had followed them over, glanced at the skeleton in front of him. His old eyes revealed a lost expression. Only then did he turn his gaze to Xiaoyan by the side and asked doubtfully, "Senior, the bones belong to an old friend of mine. He's my only friend in this world. A friend, like a brother." When he mentioned the identity of the bones, a sliver of sorrow could not help but appear in the old man's weather-beaten eyes. However, he then looked at Xiaoyan and continued, "Right, this friend of mine is similar to Xiaoyan in one aspect. His surname is Xiao as well." Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out from within his body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread from deep within the mountain cave. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression changed. Ancestor Fan Tian by the side frowned. That unknown familiarity once again surged within his heart. The fury that should have risen had also disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with doubt as he stared at the empty space in front of him. A somewhat illusionary human figure had quietly appeared. It was Xiao Xian. When Xiao Xian appeared, Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fan Tian were extremely surprised to discover that Xiao Xian was kneeling in front of the skeleton. His calm eyes were completely red at this moment. The emotions within his heart were like a furious churning sea that could not be calmed. Afterwards, Xiao Xian slowly bowed his head as the two of them stared blankly. At the same time, he spoke apologetically. "Your unfilial son, Xiao Xian, greets father." Chapter 12:21. Xiao Xian, hearing the words uttered by the illusionary human figure in front of him, the expression of the burning sky ancestor was initially startled. At the same time, the memories that were deeply hidden in the depths of his mind were deeply touched at this moment. The layer of memories that did not belong to this world was once again found in his mind. Numerous familiar names, numerous silhouettes that were deeply engraved in his mind, the people and events of the past once again appeared in his mind. Looking at it now, everything seemed to have happened yesterday. "Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian, you are Xiao Yao's son, Xiao Xian." A long while later, Burning Sky Ancestor's turbid old eyes were suddenly lifted. His eyes that were filled with shock and excitement stared intently at Xiao Xian, who was kneeling in front of him. His entire body involuntarily trembled intensely at this moment. He couldn't believe that the people from the past, the people he buried deep in his memory, the people he thought he would never be able to remember in this lifetime, would actually appear in front of him again. This was simply like a dream. Junior Xiao Xian greets Burning Sky Ancestor. "It has been 1,000 years since we last met. It is Xiao Xian's fortune to see that elder's body is still healthy." Finally, Xiao Xian gradually recovered from his excited emotions. He turned around and knelt heavily to the Burning Sky Ancestor in front of him. He did not hesitate to kowtow. All the emotions in his heart were written on his face at this moment. Xiao Yan by the side did not dare to slight him when he saw this. Since his own ancestor had knelt, he would naturally follow suit and kowtow. This time around, it caused the Burning Sky Ancestor to be at a loss. He hurriedly used his hands to help the two of them up. After confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion, the rock in his heart finally fell. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked by the identities of the two people in front of him. "Are you really from?" "The two of us came from the Do-Chi continent." Without waiting for the Burning Sky Ancestor to finish speaking, Xiao Xian clearly explained his and Xiao Yan's identities. He did not hide anything during this period of time. This was because when he saw his father's remains, he clearly understood in his heart that this good friend of his Xiao clan had not changed. In this way, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could be considered to have gained another friend from the same hometown on this distant continent. Although they were not related by blood, this friendship caused their relationship to become incomparably strong in an instant. From today onwards, Xiao Yan would have another person he could truly rely on the Origin Martial continent. As their relationship progressed, both parties naturally spoke a lot more. Within this mountain cave, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian roughly explained the situation of the Do-Chi continent that they knew and the process of arriving here. Although there were fewer twists and turns, one could see the anxiety in the Burning Sky Ancestor's heart from the frowning brows that he would occasionally knit. This was especially so when the latter heard that the current Burning Flame Valley had already been reduced to a second-tier faction on the continent. His turbid old eyes also contained a sadness that could not be removed. Back then, the Burning Flame Valley was able to become one of the peak factions on the continent because of him. However, after his departure, no elite Do-Di had appeared. The decline of the sect was naturally normal. If one were to talk about it, all of this was within his expectations. It was just that he had not mentioned it for many years. Only now did he feel a little helpless when he thought about it. Cuckoo, the old me really did not expect that the little fellow who was playing around in my embrace back then would actually once again appear in front of the old me after 1,000 years. It really causes one to sigh endlessly when one thinks about it. The word, fate, is something that cannot be explained by any reason. The younger generation is really lucky to be able to meet Elder once again. If it was not because Xiao Yan wanted to obtain the core milk essence this time around, it is likely that the younger generation would not dare to easily acknowledge Elder. However, Xiao Xian turned his gaze back to the skeleton at the end of his words. There was a desolate expression in his eyes. Although he had once again met the Elder from back then, his father had already, Xiao Yao, the old me really did not dare to imagine that someone from the Xiao clan would actually be able to come here again after 1,000 years. Moreover, the one who came is your son. If you are able to sense his arrival, you will definitely feel gratified. Ancestor Fan Tian faced his old friend from the past. Some tears flowed in his ancient eyes. The older one was, the more emotional he was. He could not endure being moved by the passage of time. Now that he thought about it, his voice had become much more choked when he spoke. Xiao Yan looked at the scene in front of him and involuntarily felt a little emotional in his heart. He wondered if his children would be able to come to this continent many years later. If they were to come, where would he be at that time? What kind of appearance would he have and what kind of attitude would he have to welcome them? Everything was still unknown. It was best to leave the future matters to be decided tomorrow. Xiao Xian, have the both of you met a faction called Ghost Hall along the way? At this moment, the words of the ancestor of the burning sky pulled the absent-minded Xiao Yan and Shui Yan back to their senses. Even the expressions on their faces changed. But has Elder also come into contact with them? Yes, from the looks of it, the both of you should also have some understanding of the Ghost Hall. According to my observations, this Ghost Hall is actually the Hun clan. Ancestor Fan Tian slowly nodded his head when he saw the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Xiao Yan's faces. The both of them had already confirmed this. However, Ancestor Fan Tian's following words shocked the both of them once again. Xiao Xian, do you know that your father, Xiao Yao, died at the hands of the Ghost Hall? The somewhat gloomy voice was like a bolt from the blue as it landed in the ears of the both of them. All the thoughts in their hearts suddenly froze at this moment. Even their heartbeats seemed to have stopped for an instant. What followed after was shock and fury. Never would they have imagined that Xiao Yan was not the only one who had been harmed by the Ghost Hall. Even the ancestor of the Xiao clan had been killed by the Ghost Hall. Regardless of whether it was the things that had happened in the past or the things that had happened in the current era, everything had already clearly told Xiao Yan that the Ghost Hall had already formed a situation where they would fight to the death with their Xiao clan 1,000 years ago. From today onwards, anyone who met with the Ghost Hall would be eliminated. The two fists under the sleeves slowly clenched tightly. At the same time, the determination to kill rang out from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, Ancestor Fan Tian gave a general description of what had happened back then to the two people in front of him. Although things had changed with the passage of time, the old man still remembered what had happened back then clearly. When the two people in front of him heard this, they also felt a wave of astonishment. They were even unable to understand why all of this had happened. What was the root cause? Only when Xiao Yan remembered a certain item that was placed in his storage ring did the thoughts in his heart stir once again. The correct chapters of Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. If you like Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1222. Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fan Tian returned to the main hall of the Burning Flame Valley after exiting the cave. Luo Jin and the rest were already waiting there. First Elder Xianxia was accompanying them. Perhaps it was because of Luo Jin, but the atmosphere was not as tense. After all, they were about to face an Origin Emperor-level expert. No one would be able to have a relaxed expression in this place. Seeing Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor return, everyone understood in their hearts that the matter of the core milk marrow had already been resolved, especially when they sensed the smile that was inadvertently revealed on the corner of their mouths. In this way, the rock that was suspended above the little fairy doctor's group's head had also fallen. Even the tensed emotions within their hearts had also relaxed. Everyone sat down and naturally exchanged some pleasantries. The thing that caused everyone to feel the strangest was that the relationship between Ancestor Fentian and Xiao Yan seemed to have progressed extremely quickly. That warm and genial smile did not appear to be fake. Even Li Qingshu, who understood Ancestor Fentian the best, could not help but feel a little surprised. Just what had Xiao Yan done to actually cause the Valley Chief to be so cordial with him? However, all of this was no longer important. As long as they saw that Xiao Yan had a good relationship with their Burning Flame Valley, all of this was good news for the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, they had now obtained the core milk essence. This was even better news. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yan's group was led by First Elder Li Qingshu to an empty courtyard within the Burning Flame Valley. Usually, only the elders of the Burning Flame Valley could stay in this place. However, it had now become the new residence of Xiao Yan's group. Following this group would temporarily stay in the Burning Flame Valley for a period of time. The sky gradually darkened. The group of people sat cross-legged around the table in the room. Xiao Yan roughly described the events that had occurred in the cave during the day to everyone. When the few people present heard this, their faces involuntarily revealed an unusual color. Xiao Yan did not reveal the matter of Xiao Yao's skeleton. Other than Luo Jin and Bai Hua, the rest of the group did not think too much about it. If something had happened to Xiao Yan during this trip, everyone would naturally be extremely concerned. However, since he had a close relationship with Ancestor Fentian, the few of them would naturally not think too much about it. It was likely that only the cautious Luo Jin and Bai Hua would have such doubts in their hearts. However, since Xiao Yan was unwilling to speak about it, they would naturally not ask any more questions. After which, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiao Yan did not sleep after returning to his room. Instead, he sat on his bed and prepared to cultivate. After his battle with Qin Yan, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that he was only a hair's breadth away from mid-returnance. Now was the perfect time for him to break through. Although he had been rather busy during the day, Xiao Yan felt joy inside when he thought about finding the geocentric milk essence. Even his mind became much more relaxed. Most importantly, he had acknowledged the ancestor Fentian as his master. In this way, Xiao Yan truly had someone he could rely on in the extreme south. Of course, he also understood that he could not rely on external forces for everything. Only things that he truly grasped belonged to him. As a result, since he could use this opportunity to break through, Xiao Yan obviously wanted to grasp it firmly. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan calmed down and his aura calmed down. Only then did the blaze art begin to circulate in his body. Once the flame mantra was activated, an endless amount of natural energy immediately began to churn in the manner that the group was in. Threads of natural energy continued to agglomerate and transform in the dark night sky. After which, they agglomerated into an invisible energy vortex in the air above the room that Xiao Yan was in, sucking in all the majestic and impure Genesis Qi. After being refined by Xiao Yan's body and the heavenly flame, the Genesis Qi followed the route of the flame mantra and circulated once. Finally, it was agglomerated into a crystal-clear energy water droplet that flowed into the vortex space. Qin Yan stood alone in a certain building at night. He thought back to his battle with Xiao Yan. Even now, he still felt extremely exhausted. Although his cultivation was higher than Xiao Yan's, the latter's battle prowess was still slightly greater than his. Just this point alone was something that he could not easily let go of. Hee, are you still thinking about the battle with Xiao Yan? A faint elderly voice suddenly sounded in Qin Yan's ears. When he turned his head, he saw Burning Flame Valley Elder Xianxia standing to the side. A pair of bright eyes were staring at him, deep and penetrating. Teacher, Xiao Yan is stronger than I imagined. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. So? Xianxia indifferently replied upon hearing this. He did not say any words of consolation because of the former's words. That is why I will work even harder in my training. I will look for him again. There is still a battle between the two of us. This is our agreement. Qin Yan chuckled. There was some fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, as if he could not wait for that day to arrive. It was at this moment that the master and disciple duo simultaneously discovered an abnormality at a certain spot on the mountain. That is, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed as he felt some surprise in his heart. From the aura, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. He remembered that Xiao Yan had just said that his cultivation had increased a few days ago during their battle. He never expected that he would break through so quickly. Have this brat. He's probably about to make up for the tiny difference in cultivation between the two of you. Xianxia laughed mockingly when he saw this. When Qin Yan heard this, he simply treated it as Xiao Yan silently issuing a challenge to him. The next day, the little fairy doctor and the others had already woken up at noon. They waited quietly outside Xiao Yan's room. Only when the energy in the surroundings gradually subsided did everyone's gazes slowly gather on the door of Xiao Yan's room. As the door opened, a familiar figure bathed in sunlight once again. You've broken through? Yes, mid-returnance. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan walked forward. He casually drank the tea that Luo Jin had passed to him and smiled. Since that's the case, let's go. They've been waiting impatiently. Nodding his head, Luo Jin stood up from the chair and gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. He prepared to leave the courtyard. Seeing this, the others shrugged their shoulders and prepared to follow. Only the little fairy doctor arrived beside Xiao Yan. Seeing the latter's dumbfounded expression, she could not help but laugh. It's the Burning Flame Valley's first elder who came early to invite everyone to the main hall. It seems like there's something, but everyone saw that you didn't come out, so they temporarily declined. However, the first elder also said that there's no rush. We'll go when you come out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally understood. However, he was a little curious. Why had Li Qingshu come to find them so early in the morning? The Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated in the bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like the Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. Chapter 1223. Xiao Yan's group followed the route they had taken the day before as they headed towards the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of Burning Flame Valley disciples. Compared to a few days ago, the gazes of the numerous disciples today were filled with fear and respect when they looked towards Xiao Yan's group. This was the privilege of the strong. To them, Xiao Yan was already an expert amongst Xiao Yan's group. With his sufficiently powerful strength, the current Xiao Yan had already won a place in the hearts of these disciples. Of course, there were also quite a number of people who were attracted by the little fairy doctor, who was as beautiful as an epiphyllum. Along the way, she attracted the envious gazes of many male disciples from the Burning Flame Valley, while also causing many female disciples to reveal angry expressions. Coupled with her fire attribute Genesis Chi, she was basically like a little pepper that was about to explode. Very quickly, the group arrived in front of the large hall from yesterday. At this moment, there were already people waiting outside the hall. They did not stop Xiao Yan's group when they saw them arrive. Clearly, they had already informed them beforehand. Before this group of people stepped into the large hall, a person walked out. Xiao Yan's expression was involuntarily startled when he raised his eyes. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Qin Yan. The two did not exchange any words when they met, but their gazes did not part for a long time. From the looks of it, they seemed to be at loggerheads with each other, and anyone who saw this would be afraid that the two would start fighting again. After the previous incident, everyone knew the consequences of a true fight between these two. With the exception of the first elder and the valley master, no one would be able to easily withstand such a situation. Only after Xiao Yan's group entered the large hall did the two guards at the entrance exchange glances with each other. They let out a long sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had tensed up because of the scene earlier, also relaxed. After the group entered the Great Hall, First Elder Li Qingshu and Ancestor Fan Tian were already inside. The smiles on their faces immediately grew wider when they saw the arrival of Xiao Yan's group. They looked at each other and smiled before inviting Xiao Yan's group to take a seat. Hee, Young friend Xiao Yan is truly exceptionally talented. In just a night's time, your cultivation has already improved. This truly leaves this old man in the dust. Xianxia could not help but sigh in admiration when he sensed the aura on Xiao Yan's body that was clearly much denser than before. The latter hurriedly cupped his fists together upon hearing this. It was just a fluke. How can there be so many flukes in this world? Since you have broken through, it is naturally a matter of course. Young friend Xiao Yan is too modest. Only after hearing this did Xiao Yan smile embarrassedly. He did not continue to linger on this issue. Instead, he turned to look at Ancestor Fentian and inquired about the purpose of inviting them here. Yes, actually, it is not a big deal for all of you. The reason why I invited all of you here is because I hope to invite all of you to become honorary elders of my Burning Flame Valley. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of Xiao Yan's group were immediately stunned. Even Luo Jin could not help but look at Ancestor Fentian, who was seated with a face full of suspicion. He asked curiously, "Senior, according to what I know, in order to become an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, one's cultivation must at least be above King Yuan, but, rules are set by people. Although the cultivations of everyone present are still shallow, I am able to tell that all of you are outstanding within the younger generation. Becoming King Yuan is only a matter of time. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope to be able to recruit more talents for my Burning Flame Valley. Of course, after becoming an honorary elder, the resources of the valley can be used by all of you. You are also free to come and go as you please. It is only a title." After the laughter sounded, the group did not immediately agree to such a tempting task. Instead, they cast their gazes towards Xiao Yan and waited for his decision. At the same time, Xianxia and Ancestor Fentian's gazes also landed on Xiao Yan. Although no one said anything, it could be seen from the scene that Xiao Yan was the backbone of the group. Whether they agreed to become an honorary elder would depend on Xiao Yan's decision. Regarding this, Ancestor Fentian was confident. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan nodded towards everyone. Only then did the others agree to Ancestor Fentian's invitation. Due to Zhou Tai and Mu Ling's status as members of the Alchemist Alliance, they did not choose to join the group. Next was Luo Jin. His status was already known by the two-seated people. Hence, there was even less need to say. Therefore, after much consideration, the only people who chose to join the Burning Flame Valley as an honorary elder were Xiao Yan, the Little Fairy Doctor, Bai Hua, and the Sky-Reaching Giant Ape. Afterwards, under Ancestor Fentian's indication, the first elder invited the other 6 people to leave. Only Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fentian remained in the hall. "Senior, I believe that there should be another reason for inviting us to become honorary elders today, right?" Only after seeing the others leave did Xiao Yan return his gaze back to Ancestor Fentian and ask with a smile, "Why do you say that? Otherwise, I would not have stayed behind alone and asked the first elder to invite them to leave." Xiao Yan smiled. From the moment he heard that Ancestor Fentian had invited them, he faintly felt that this matter was not ordinary. Now that he had seen it, he was even more certain of the guess in his heart. From Xiao Yan's performance in the Burning Flame Valley's Great Sect competition, there should be quite a number of people in the outside world who had some understanding of him. Now that he had stayed in the Burning Flame Valley and became an honorary elder, it would definitely attract quite a number of factions to join the Burning Flame Valley and strengthen its own strength. This was the Ancestor Fentian's plan. Putting aside his relationship with the old fellow, it was likely that he would still act in such a manner even if he was a complete stranger. "Ugh, you little brat. You are quite experienced," the old man softly praised in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Soon after, he nodded his head and said, "Last night, I received news that ghosts were discovered in the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. If my guess is not wrong, they should be people from the Ghost Hall." "Ghost Hall, huh?" Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he softly muttered, "According to what I know, people from the Ghost Hall have frequently come into contact with the Heavenly Puppet Sect in recent years. They are attempting to borrow the hands of the Heavenly Puppet Sect to control the entire extreme south. They want to swallow my Burning Flame Valley." I'm afraid that's not all. Just as Ancestor Fentian's voice sounded, Xiao Yan gently shook his head and quickly spoke. The expression on the former's face immediately turned serious when he heard this. His gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan. When I was at the southwest border, I met people from the Heavenly Puppet sect. They have joined forces with the southwest border's factions to expand and swallow without restraint. Currently, a large area of the southwest border is under their control. Ancestor Fentian's eyebrows immediately twitched when these words were spoken. His old face revealed a surprised expression. Having lived in the extreme south for a long time, there were many things in the southern region that he did not understand. However, he did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. From the looks of it, the other party's momentum was much faster than he had imagined. Chapter 12:24. Not only that, the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpion sect had been in secret contact recently. From what Ancestor Fentian could see, the two sects were showing signs of joining forces. This was also bad news for the Burning Flame Valley. With the two sects joining forces and the Ghost Hall interfering, the situation in the extreme south would be extremely disadvantageous to the Burning Flame Valley. Once the two sides started fighting, it was even possible that the Burning Flame Valley would be destroyed. Currently, nothing could be seen. However, the situation was already approaching them. Ancestor Fentian could already sense that the Burning Flame Valley would face a calamity sooner or later. Currently, the only thing they could do was to try their best to rope in the other factions in the outside world. Ancestor Fentian was already old and it was extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation. Although he had just obtained the geocentric milk marrow, he was not willing to waste it on himself. The water in the cave had yet to run out and the future of the Burning Flame Valley was unknown. He still hoped to leave those resources for the future generations. After they finished talking about the two great sects, Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fentian sighed in their hearts. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan once again placed his gaze on the ladder. May I ask, Senior, if you know where there is a heavenly flame in the extreme south? As the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley and the strongest person in the extreme south, Xiao Yan had reason to believe that he was familiar with this place. Perhaps, Ancestor Fentian would tell him where Yi Honglian was. Heavenly flame? You want to find a heavenly flame? Ancestor Fentian could not help but be a little surprised when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He naturally knew that Xiao Yan possessed heavenly flame, and there seemed to be more than one type. However, even if that was the case, the question that Xiao Yan raised at this moment still caused him to be extremely surprised. Seeing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head and said solemnly, because the chi method that this junior cultivates is a little special and requires heavenly flame to help raise my cultivation, I thought of asking Senior if you know where there is news of heavenly flame in the extreme south? Only when he heard that did Ancestor's scorching heaven come to a realization and nod his head. His eyes paused on Xiao Yan as if he was thinking about something. However, a long while later, he shook his head helplessly. I'm not sure if heavenly flames really exist in the extreme south. Although I've been here for a long time, I've never sensed any trace of heavenly flames. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned tightly. He felt a wave of trouble in his heart. If it was like this, then it would be difficult to find traces of the heavenly flame in this vast land of the extreme south. Even the person beside him didn't notice it. What could he do? Perhaps there is a place where deviant flames exist. However, at this moment, the eyes of the burning sky ancestor, who was frowning and pondering, lit up as if he had thought of something. In an instant, Xiao Yan's slightly dim eyes lit up. A pair of pitch-black eyes immediately looked at the old man. His face was filled with an expression of surprise. The emotions in his heart were also affected at this moment. I'm not certain. However, according to what I know, there is a fiery red mountain forest to the south of the extreme south. It's called the Fire Maple Forest. That's the land of death in the extreme south. No one has ever ventured deep into it, and no one has ever come out alive. Therefore, no one knows anything about that place. Perhaps, the heavenly flame you're looking for is there. Fire Maple Forest, huh? After secretly remembering the name, Xiao Yan clasped his hands towards the old man to express his gratitude. However, Ancestor's scorching heaven immediately spoke again. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. However, there's something that I have to tell you beforehand. If you want to go to the Fire Maple Forest from here, you have to pass through the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect in the fastest time possible. If you're willing to choose a safer method, you will need to extend the time by almost 2 months. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, Xiao Yan heavily nodded his head. He understood the meaning behind Ancestor's scorching heaven's words. Although the Fire Maple Forest might not be the place where the heavenly flame was hidden, it was currently the most likely place that Xiao Yan could obtain information about. Therefore, he had to go to the Fire Maple Forest. As for which route he chose, there was no need to rush for this for the time being. After obtaining information about the heavenly flame, the following time did not appear to be very tight. The group did not leave as early as they had expected. Instead, they temporarily stayed in the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan had also requested the first elder, Xianxia, to help him gather some of the medicinal ingredients he needed. Only at this moment did he know that other than controlling a heavenly flame and possessing a powerful cultivation, Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist as well. Although he was shocked in his heart, Xianxia's speed in getting things done was also shocking. After asking for a favor in the morning, he had already called for people to send over the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed in the afternoon. With the former's familiarity with medicinal ingredients, he naturally knew that Xiao Yan was planning to refine a rank 5 medicinal pill. This increased the shock he felt towards Xiao Yan in his heart. After obtaining the medicinal ingredients, it was naturally time to prepare to refine the medicinal pill. This time around, Xiao Yan wanted to refine 2 types of medicinal pills. One was to borrow the broken mirror flower that he had obtained earlier to refine the broken mirror pill for Luo Jin and the others. The other was a rank 5 bone recovery pill. The bone recovery pill had the ability to regenerate flesh from bones. It was a medicinal pill used to refine a body. The purpose of refining this medicinal pill was naturally to restore Xiao Xian's physical body. Although there was no suitable body to be used as a medium, with Xiao Yan's methods, he could use the heavenly flame to form a new body. The bone recovery pill was used to restore the vitality of the bloodline. In this way, it could also restore Xiao Xian's physical body. Xiao Xian had been an empty soul for 1,000 years. Now, it was time for him to recover. When he thought of this, even with Xiao Xian's mental state, he could not help but feel a little touched. He was extremely grateful towards this descendant of his. Little fellow, thank you. The seemingly ordinary sentence was filled with endless affection. Who would have thought that a person who had died 1,000 years ago would be able to see the light of day again? If not for the ancestors' help back then, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be who I am now, and the Xiao clan wouldn't have been able to rise from desolation. Speaking of which, all of this should have been the ancestors. It's just that it came too late. Yes, it was too late. Looking back at the past, he was young and spirited, heroic and heroic. What a proud son of the heavens. If not for the Han clan, Xiao Xian would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Saying that it was too late could be said to describe the sorrow of the past 1,000 years. Fortunately, the younger generation had glory, and the heavens had eyes. Chapter 12:25. In the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Yan was seated on a stone platform in the middle of a plaza. In front of him was a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron. At this moment, a fierce flame was burning in the medicinal cauldron. The fierce flame was like a ferocious beast roaring in the medicinal cauldron. If it was not for the seal of the medicinal cauldron, one would think that it would run out and cause trouble. After receiving the first elder's invitation, Xiao Yan began to refine medicine in front of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley. Due to there being quite a number of alchemist disciples in the valley, he could be considered to have taught them a good lesson. Of course, even if they were not disciples of alchemists, they would more or less gain some inspiration after seeing Xiao Yan refine medicine today. This kind of observation was extremely beneficial to these disciples. It was a long while later when the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a level that Xiao Yan was satisfied with. Only then did he flick his finger. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Soon after, numerous rays of light shot out and floated in midair under the cover of his spiritual strength. When the light disappeared, it transformed into numerous precious medicinal ingredients. The enormous number of medicinal ingredients filled the sky above the open ground, appearing like a dense dark cloud that covered the entire place, causing one to be stunned when one looked at it. This time, Xiaoyan planned to refine 10 mirror-breaking pills in one go. After taking out the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan immediately slapped his palm on the medicinal cauldron. Following a powerful collision sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron immediately opened. Before the flame within could soar into the sky, the medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Immediately, the refining process began. Relatively speaking, the breaking mirror pill was one of the Tier 5 medicinal pills that was easier to refine. The refining process was not difficult. However, due to the quantity involved, it was definitely a great exhaustion on Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The attribute of the medicinal ingredients needed for the breaking mirror pill was mostly cool. Hence, the speed at which Xiaoyan refined the medicinal ingredients was naturally a little faster. If an ordinary alchemist needed 8 hours to refine these medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan would only need less than half of that time. Even if he refined 10 medicinal ingredients for the breaking mirror pill at the same time this time around, he would only need an additional hour. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally the heavenly flame. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the little toughness that these medicinal ingredients possessed was completely obliterated. Just from this point alone, one could tell how frightening the heavenly flame was. Once all the herbs had been refined, it was time to fuse the essences of the herbs together. The entire process was long and slow, and at the same time, it tested the alchemist's soul strength. Especially when fusing 10 breaking mirror pills at the same time, the consumption of soul strength was absolutely terrifying. At this stage, even with Xiaoyan's self-confidence, his heart couldn't help but be somewhat agitated. During the process of fusing 10 breaking mirror pills, anything could happen. The situation of fusing the medicinal properties of each medicinal pill was different. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to be able to do 10 things at once. The difficulty of this was self-evident. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, the 10 sticky medicinal paste balls had already been separated into a region. All the medicinal pills were gradually fusing and taking shape under Xiaoyan's meticulous refinement. Once the embryonic pill was formed, the rest would be the time to nurture the pill. Success was imminent, and everything seemed especially calm. However, at this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from Xiaoyan's forehead. The black robe on his body had already been wet countless times, and his originally rosy face appeared somewhat pale at this moment. He clenched his teeth, held his breath, and stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Boundless soul strength wrapped around the entire medicinal cauldron, and an invisible storm swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. The entire square had already been cordoned off by the first elder, Xianxia. Any disciple who stepped within 100 feet of the square would be alerted. Everyone was worried about Xiaoyan's current situation, but no one dared to step forward and disturb him. At this time, even the area where Xiaoyan was had been sealed off by the burning heaven ancestor. There was no wind blowing, no grass moving, and no external disturbances. The embryonic pills within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron were completed one by one. Just as Xiaoyan watched the 10 embryonic pills take shape one by one of the pills instantly turned into ashes due to the trembling of Xiaoyan's breath. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and his entire aura came to a standstill. Only when the rest of the pills in the medicinal cauldron were completed and formed into embryonic pills did he carefully and nervously exhale. Once the embryonic pills were formed, he finally had a chance to take a breather. The heavenly flames slowly merged all the medicinal energy within the embryonic pills, and Xiaoyan took this opportunity to rest. After a few minutes, it would be the time for the final pill to be formed. Pill formation. The process of pill formation could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Using the remaining spirit power, one had to grasp the temperature that the pill needed to withstand at every moment. The slightest deviation would affect the quality of the entire pill. The most unbearable thing was that it required an even longer time. Every time this happened, an alchemist would not have much spirit power left, but they would have to be even more careful to ensure the stability of the pill formation process. This was an even greater test of one's willpower and spirit power. At this time, Xiao Yan would already find it difficult to form pills, let alone refine 9 pills at the same time. There was no fixed time during the pill formation process. When Xiao Yan felt that the pill formation was complete, the spirit power in his body was almost exhausted, and even the majority of his Genesis Qi had been consumed. His entire spirit was numb, his face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless and red. His mouth was dry, and even opening his mouth seemed to take some effort. It was as if his entire body no longer belonged to him. But it was at this moment, rumble, a familiar sound finally rang out. This was the moment that Xiao Yan had been waiting for. The lightning appeared, and the pill was formed. However, the pill lightning this time around was very different from the past. The rolling furious thunder sounded 10 times in a row. The frightening pressure that covered the sky had also become extremely shocking. At the same time, a couple of experts from the Burning Flame Valley arrived above Xiao Yan's head. They were prepared to help him receive the pill lightning. "Xiao Yan, you should rest first. Leave these pill lightning to us." Laughter rang out as First Elder Li Qingshu raised his head. He gazed at the lightning in the sky as the Genesis Qi in his body slowly circulated. In the next instant, pill lightning descended from the dark clouds, and Li Qingshu's figure moved. But it was also at this moment that, swish, the sound of rushing air suddenly rang out beside Li Qingshu's ear. Before he could do anything, it collided with the dragon-like lightning in the sky. Chapter 12:26. A deafening explosion rang out in the sky above the plaza. The invisible space violently distorted from the sound. Once the energy swept out, the world would collapse. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air appeared. A ray of light once again flew past First Elder Li Qingshu's eyes in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a loud bang sounded and it heavily smashed into the square below. In an instant, dust filled the air. Numerous large cracks densely covered the square, accompanied by the sound of thunder exploding. When the dust dissipated, everyone's gazes landed on a huge pit in the square. A purple-gold figure was standing majestically in a huge pit. His head was held high, and his eyes were empty and filled with killing intent as he stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. His body shook, and the huge pit under his feet caved in again. At the same time, his body shot up into the sky. "Is that a puppet?" Li Qingshu was immediately stunned when he saw the Northern King. Only after a closer inspection did he discover the Northern King's identity. At almost the same time, the Northern King collided with the shocking lightning once more. "Cough cough. First Elder, leave the matters here to me." Xiao Yan coughed violently a few times and raised his head with a pale face. He looked at Li Qingshu in the sky and spoke with a hoarse voice. Li Qingshu was stunned at first when he heard that. He still felt some hesitation inside, but when he saw the disciples who had gathered around the plaza because of the pill lightning, his expression changed slightly. He nodded heavily and called for the other elders to leave together. The disciples who had gathered around the plaza all left as well. In the sky, the Northern King continued to clash with the pill lightning. Every time a bolt of pill lightning fell, it would be even more powerful than before. Towards the end, when the pill lightning landed on the Northern King, its terrifying power would have directly passed through his body. If it were not for the Northern King's ability to devour lightning, the remaining power of the pill lightning probably would have landed on Xiao Yan's head. After being baptized by the pill lightning several times, the Northern King's strength rapidly increased. He had already reached the Origin Transformation Realm and was close to the Mid-Origin Transformation Realm. Even so, the thunderclouds in the sky were still far from completely dispersing. On the shattered stone platform below, Xiao Yan stabilized his body and ignored what was happening in the sky. After retrieving the medicinal pills from the medicinal cauldron in front of him, He used this short period of time to quickly recover the energy in his body. Recovering Genesis Chi was naturally much simpler. With the power of the pills, he could recover quite a bit in a short period of time. On the other hand, spirit power needed a long time to slowly recover. If Xiao Yan continued to open the cauldron to refine pills, although he still had a chance of success, it would definitely be much lower. If he rested for a few more days? No, Xiao Yan couldn't wait that long, and neither could Xiao Xian. They had to use this opportunity to refine the bone restoration pill in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, a blazing light suddenly surged in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a flip of his hand, a decaying vine fell into his hand. The Purple Heart Magnolia vine also contains spirit power. Unfortunately, its grade was too low, and its energy was mottled. Besides being able to refine a few special pills, it had almost no use. Due to its low value, Xiao Yan didn't use it on Xiao Xian. However, at this point, it was the only thing that Xiao Yan could use. Once the wild, violent energy within the medicinal ingredient invaded, its strength would naturally not be underestimated. However, Xiao Yan could not be bothered about that now. The moment the Purple Heart Jade Orchid Vine entered his hand, a thought passed through his mind and a pale blue flame immediately began to burn violently in his palm. In almost an instant, the layer of rotten wood on the surface of the medicinal ingredient turned into ashes. Following this, a small vine that emitted a purple fluorescent light appeared. With the refinement of the heavenly flame, a violent presence began to radiate from it. However, the heavenly flame was able to suppress it for the time being. At the same time, the pill lightning in the sky became more and more powerful. When the final bolt of lightning landed on the Northern King, his body had already turned into a purplish gold color. Lightning constantly flickered on the surface of his body. His strength had reached late origin transformation, only a step away from returnance. By the time the pill lightning scattered, the purple-colored vine in Xiao Yan's hand was less than an inch long. The remaining strength had already been absorbed by Xiao Yan. The mottled spiritual strength had merged into Xiao Yan's body after being refined by the heavenly flame. Although the amount was little, it was still able to make up for it. However, from the looks of it, it was likely that he would need to continue refining for a period of time in order to completely refine this vine. Boom! Xiao Yan suddenly clapped his hands together. By relying on his overbearing strength, he actually shattered that small vine into powder. The heavenly flame also pounced over in an instant, refining and absorbing all the remaining strength within it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's pale white face more or less recovered. Only then did he once again place his hand on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At the same time that the heavenly flame appeared, another few hundred types of medicinal ingredients once again flew out of his storage ring. This fellow, he's already reached his limit, yet he still wants to continue? Li Qingshu and the others outside could not help but reveal a sliver of worry when they saw this. It was just too far-fetched for him to undergo the refinement process in such a state. Just the slightest carelessness and the failure of the pill refinement was a small matter, but once his foundation was damaged, it would be difficult to make up for it. On the other side, the fairy doctor currently stood at the top of a building. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Xiao Yan in the center of the square. Her brows were tightly knit together, and her hands were tightly clenched. She was afraid that something would happen to Xiao Yan. This wait lasted for a month. Beside Xiao Yan, the Northern King stood motionless like a metal tower. At this moment, the pill within the cauldron in front of Xiao Yan was already making its final preparations. The atmosphere gradually changed. At a certain moment, dense dark clouds suddenly rolled in the sky. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were already blood-red and whose face was withered and yellow, suddenly slammed his hand on the cauldron. With the help of the pill-melting ring, he immediately retrieved the pill. He squeezed out the last bit of energy in his body and stored the pill into his spatial ring. At the same time, the pill lightning in the sky once again broke through the sky. This time, the pill lightning came even more violently. The Northern King once again attacked the sky. Xiao Yan's vision turned black, and he fainted on the spot. Xiao Xian also immediately appeared at this moment and supported Xiao Yan. The shocking battle unfolded once again in the sky. The Grand Elder, Li Qingshu, and the others, as well as the fairy doctor, who had hurried over to Xiao Yan's side long ago, were all worriedly checking on Xiao Yan's condition. Fortunately, after a long period of refining medicine, Xiao Yan's foundation was not damaged despite having exhausted all the strength in his body and even squeezed out all his strength. There were also no sequelae left behind. This was something worth rejoicing over. Thus, as long as Xiao Yan rested for a couple of days, he should be able to recover to his peak condition. After this, Xiao Yan would probably be more careful when refining pills in the future. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to say what would happen if this happened again. As for the Northern King, his battle prowess had skyrocketed after receiving the pill lightning. He had reached mid-returnance, and if the remaining energy in his body was included, he would probably be able to reach late returnance once he finished absorbing the pill lightning. Chapter 12:27. It was already a week later when Xiao Yan once again woke up. This was something that he had not expected. After he finished refining the bone recovery pill, his strength in all aspects was on the verge of collapsing. If this were to continue, it was likely that his entire training would be affected. Fortunately, he did not reach that stage in the end. Although refining the pill this time consumed a lot of Xiao Yan's body, it had to be said that after repeated consumption, his spiritual energy, including his cultivation, had clearly improved. Breaking and then building. The advancement of one's cultivation was a continuous growth of consumption. The process of refining the pill was also a process of consumption. It was also a tempering of one's spiritual energy. Of course, Xiao Yan also promised himself that he would never treat this as Li Lianshi in the future. During the days that Xiao Yan was unconscious, the fairy doctor had stayed by his side. Regardless of whether it was eating or drinking, everything was taken care of by the fairy doctor. Although a week was not a long time for them, the excessive strain on their minds and the suppression of their emotions had caused the fairy doctor to be very tired. When Xiao Yan woke up, the fairy doctor had already collapsed on his body and was in a deep sleep. The corners of her eyes were still filled with tears of worry. All of these caused Xiao Yan's heart to ache greatly. Even though this was the case, the emotion that had already reached his heart was finally suppressed. On the third day after Xiao Yan woke up, Xiao Yan, who had made all the necessary preparations, gave one breaking mirror pill, each to Luo Jin and the others. Although the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's cultivations were still shallow, Xiao Yan still gave them the breaking mirror pill along with the core milk essence. Other than the geocentric milk marrow that Lian Er needed, Xiao Yan also distributed some of the remaining geocentric milk marrow to the few people present. However, the geocentric milk marrow, in Luo Jin's and Bai Hua's hands were returned while Zhou Tai's was given to Mu Ling. Luo Jin did not need the geocentric milk marrow. Bai Hua's identity was special, so she naturally did not need it. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, said that he was already old and did not want to fight with the younger generation. Therefore, he gave his share to Mu Ling. With regards to this, Xiao Yan naturally understood. The geocentric milk marrow was a heavenly treasure. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by it. It would also be unrealistic to reject it because of its age. However, Zhou Tai was doing this for his only disciple. Mu Ling was young and promising. His talent in alchemy was outstanding. However, he also needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Zhou Tai wanted to give all the resources he could get to this disciple of his. After all, the resources of the Alchemist Alliance were limited. Mu Ling wasn't the only one who was valued by the Alchemist Alliance. Zhou Tai's way of doing things was really touching. After distributing the geocentric milk marrow, Xiao Yan was left with a thumb-sized portion. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good resource for Xiao Yan. After distributing the pills and the geocentric milk marrow, it was naturally time to refine Xiao Xian's body. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were present in the cave at the back of the mountain. Apart from the two of them, the Scorching Sky Ancestor was also waiting to the side. It was said that he had a gift for Xiao Xian. However, since he did not say anything, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian did not know what it was. Relying on his past experience, Xiao Yan borrowed some special materials that he had obtained from the Burning Flame Valley. After being refined by the heavenly flame, He began to prepare the medium to agglomerate his physical body. By the side, Xianxia was eagerly waiting with an anxious and excited face. Fentian Ancestor's turbid eyes were currently staring intently at the flame on the table. A flame embryonic form that appeared to be a human shape was slowly agglomerating. With the help of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan used a special method to agglomerate a rough body and the veins within his body. When Xiaoxian's soul was prepared to merge with this body of heavenly flame, he would use the bone recovery pill to grow his flesh and achieve the goal of recovering his physical body. Of course, this was different from using a human body as a medium. Although the heavenly fire could also restore the body, the process was much longer and more painful than the former. If Xiaoxian was unable to endure the process, he would be in great danger. In the worst-case scenario, his soul would be devoured by the heavenly fire and he would die. At a certain moment, when the body was completely condensed, Xiao Yan's grave eyes looked towards Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian revealed a relieved smile when he saw this. He had waited for 1,000 years for this moment. The endless loneliness had already caused him great pain. If he could not even endure the pain before him, he would not be Xiaoxian. Ancestor, please take the bone recovery pill when you enter the heavenly fire. Just as Xiaoxian was about to move, Xiao Yan's solemn voice was transmitted over. The latter nodded heavily when he heard this. His body slowly arrived above the body. The instant he landed, he swallowed the bone recovery pill that Xiao Yan had given him in one mouthful. Boom! Almost at the same time, the raging flames suddenly rose high. There seemed to be countless ghostly hands within the flames, pulling Xiaoxian's soul down. The terrifying heat caused him to involuntarily cry out in extreme pain. However, after a few breaths, he forcefully endured it. Even though the pain reached the depths of his soul, Xiaoxian still clenched his teeth, blocking all the pain in his mouth and swallowing it back into his stomach. At the same time, an extremely rich life force spread out under the effects of the bone recovery pill. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring, flowing fearlessly between the heavenly fire. Bones appeared in his body one after another, and Xiaoxian's soul gradually merged with them. It was also because of this that this somewhat terrifying body, which had yet to fully recover, continued to distort and tremble under the gazes of Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fentian. Although they had not personally experienced the pain, just looking at it made one's body turn cold. Ancestor Fentian slowly walked forward when his bones were completely recovered and his blood, flesh, and veins grew. At the same time, a jade tablet appeared in his hand. Although it was a jade tablet, there was a blood-red color on it, and it seemed to have a bloody smell. Elder, this is? Xiao Yan frowned when he saw this. He felt a little suspicious in his heart, but at the same time, he did not dare to relax at all. He could not relax at all before Xiaoxian's physical body was completely condensed. This is something that his father asked me to keep back then. It is the essence blood within Xiao Yao's body in hopes that such a day would come. I never expected that it would really come. Moreover, it is his son. Now, it can be considered as returning to its rightful owner. Ancestor Fentian tossed the jade tablet in his hand as he spoke. At the same time, the jade tablet exploded, and a large amount of blood that contained a golden light surged out. All of it surged into the condensing body in front of him. Since that is the case, why didn't Elder take it out earlier? Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he heard Ancestor Fentian's words. He never expected that Ancestor Xiao Yao would actually leave something like this behind before he passed away. If I had taken it out earlier, it is likely that Xiaoxian would not have easily agreed to use the essence blood on himself. After all, it is the only thing that his father left behind. It is impossible for him to be willing to part with it so easily. Only then would he have no reason to refuse. The old man shook his head when he heard this. He immediately spoke to Xiao Yan before heading into the depths of the cave by himself. Chapter 12:28. Inside the cave, Xiao Yan only pulled his hand out when the fusion of Xiaoxian's soul and body was on the right track. For the remaining time, he could no longer help. Whether Xiaoxian succeeded or not, it all depended on himself. Following the winding path ahead, Xiao Yan walked into the cave. At this moment, Ancestor Fentian was in the depths of the cave. Ah, Xiao Yao, the descendant of the Xiao clan, is very outstanding. In the end, he did not let you down. Your son is now undergoing the most severe test. You will help him, right? The old man sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Yao's skeleton. His vicissitudes of life were filled with deep affection. The friendship between him and Xiao Yao did not fade because of the passage of time. Instead, it continued to accumulate with the passage of time. The friendship between men did not need to be expressed with many actions. A glance, an action, a sentence, or even nothing would make the feelings grow stronger. This friendship was long and strong. It was difficult for anyone to describe it. Senior. Xiao Yan stepped forward. He first bowed respectfully to the skeleton. Only then did he look at the old man in front of him. Although he could not fully understand the feelings the old man had for the deceased, he was still very touched. To be able to preserve such a deep and long friendship without being bound by the passage of time, in the current world, this was extremely rare and also the most precious thing. "Ha, little fellow, I heard that you already have a teacher?" Ancestor Fantian smiled kindly when he saw the person who had come. "Yes, my teacher is still in the Do-Chi continent." Speaking of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan could not help but think of Yao Lao's old face. This familiar face was something he would never forget in his life. "I see. To be able to teach a disciple like you, your teacher is definitely not an ordinary person. My teacher's alchemy skills are the best in the world. He is publicly recognized as the #1 in the Do-Chi continent. Although he is the #1, your disciple has already surpassed him. This should be the thing he is most proud of. To be able to teach a disciple who has surpassed the Do-Di realm." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but purse his lips and smile. His mind kept recalling the past. Now that he thought about it, the memories were still fresh in his mind. The old man and the young man sat in the depths of the cave for a long time. They chatted a lot with each other. Whether it was some things that they had experienced or some insights on cultivation, the two of them complemented each other. This allowed Xiao Yan to understand this world a little more. Time passed quickly and unknowingly, just like the flowing water in the pond behind the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Ancestor Fantian left the cave first. At this moment, only Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian remained. The blazing fire gradually faded away. A complete human body was formed from new flesh and blood. The naked body appeared especially gorgeous under the reflection of the fluorescent light in the cave. The white and smooth skin looked like a newborn baby. The smooth surface of the body, the strong limbs, and the handsome face were all emitting a dense life force. Although everything appeared to be complete, Xiao Yan was still unable to sense any breath from Xiao Xian in front of him. Although the body was complete and the spirit had almost merged, the expected life force did not appear. If Xiao Xian was unable to breathe and move as he wished, what difference was there between Xiao Xian in front of him and a corpse? Did he fail? Xiao Yan did not believe it. Since they had already reached this stage, there was no possibility of failure. Xiao Xian's soul had clearly merged with his physical body. Everything appeared to be perfect. There was nothing missing. Why was it that Xiao Xian had yet to awaken? Ancestor, wake up. Xiao Xian's physical body had been formed for 15 minutes, but Xiao Xian still did not move. Even the life force on the surface of his body was gradually hidden. The emotions within Xiao Yan's heart also became tense at this moment. But it was also at this moment that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly began to surge on its own outside the cave. Countless Genesis Chi frantically surged, causing the expressions of the elders and disciples on the mountain to change. At the same time, waves of rich Genesis Chi converged from somewhere in the cave. The milky white Chi condensed into a long dragon that coiled above Xiao Xian's body. Then, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly rushed into Xiao Xian's body. In an instant, Xiao Xian's body seemed to have turned into an invisible vortex. The Genesis Chi between heaven and earth constantly gathered and poured into Xiao Xian's body. At the same time, Xiao Xian's aura soared at an astonishing speed. What happened? Ancestor Fantian's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Yan's ears. The moment he turned his head, the old man's figure appeared. But Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head in response to his question. He didn't understand what had happened, but given the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least Xiao Xian's cultivation had improved, and at least it could ensure that Xiao Xian was still alive. As for the rest, buzz. Xiao Xian's eyes suddenly snapped open. Sharp rays of light shot out, and an extremely terrifying, imposing aura swept out from his body. An 8-star Source King. Ancestor's scorching heavens expression could not help but change slightly when he sensed this, and he even cried out. In just a short moment, Xiao Xian's cultivation had actually shot up from a 5-star Origin King to an 8-star Origin King. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? After waking up, Xiao Xian first gasped for breath for a moment, and the expression on his face constantly changed. He seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be feeling something. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the thoughts in his head gradually became clear. Xiao Xian slowly raised his hands, looked at his new palms, and tentatively clenched them. After feeling the real touch between his fingers, a smile gradually appeared on his face, and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Success, I've finally recovered my body. From now on, I'm truly resurrected. Tears of ecstasy filled his eyes. Xiao Xian's figure moved, and he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Just as he was about to reach out and hug the person in front of him, he saw the strange expressions on Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fan Tian's faces. Xiao Xian was taken aback when he saw the two people's gazes sweeping back and forth across his body. He lowered his head and saw his naked body, which was like a white loach. His old face immediately turned as red as burning charcoal. Chapter 1229. When Xiao Yan's 3-man group left the mountain cave and met the little fairy doctor, they learned that Luo Jin had already left. At the same time, Zhou Tai and Mu Ling had also received the news that the Alchemist Alliance had sent over. However, under Mu Ling's insistence, they only left after meeting Xiao Yan. Bai Hua and the ape had both reached returnance after consuming Xiao Yan's Mirrorbreaker pill and the geocentric milk essence. The fairy doctor had also reached origin transformation with the help of the geocentric milk essence. This was obviously within Xiao Yan's expectations. Now that the matter of the geocentric milk essence had been dealt with, all he needed to do was return to Azure Sun City and feed Lian, or the geocentric milk essence. Lian, would naturally be fine. However, Xiao Yan did not plan on returning to Azure Sun City with Bai Hua and the others. Xiao Yan handed the remaining geocentric milk marrow to Bai Hua. He instructed her to hurry back to Qingyang City with the little fairy doctor while he prepared to head to the fire maple forest with Xiao Xian to search for Yi Hong Lian. If his objective for coming to the Burning Flame Valley before was purely to find the geocentric body transformation elixir, then now, regardless of whether it was his status as an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, the relationship between Xiao Xian and Ancestor Burning Heaven, or his killing intent towards the Ghost Hall, all of these factors had already forced him to stay here. There would eventually be a battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the Ghost Hall. Xiao Yan would definitely intervene because of this. However, before that, he needed to possess sufficient strength. The heavenly flame had become his only hope. Only by finding Yi Honglian would he be able to possess an even greater strength. The fairy doctor obviously did not agree with Xiao Yan's decision. However, under Xiao Yan's constant persuasion and the fact that Lian, was her designated disciple, she obviously insisted that the fairy doctor return no matter what. After a few arguments, the fairy doctor had no choice but to agree. On the other side, the ape planned on leaving by himself after seeing Xiao Yan. According to the latter's words, there was only a relationship of interest between him and Xiao Yan. However, after exiting the remains, he still followed Xiao Yan all the way. There was more or less some coldness in this. Now, however, it was time for him to leave. The ape expressed his gratitude regarding the geocentric milk essence and the Mirrorbreaker pill, but that was all. Afterward, he left by himself. Only Xiao Yan's group of 4 was left. A day later, Bai Hua returned to Azure Sun City with the fairy doctor to cure Lian of her poison. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian prepared to head to the fire maple forest. Xiao Yan was very relieved to see the fairy doctor and Bai Hua travel together. With their current cultivation, There was almost no one who could match them in the southwest border. Even if they encountered the Sea Cloud Palace again, with Bai Hua's current battle strength and the puppet in the fairy doctor's hands, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with them. Therefore, the next thing to consider was how Xiao Yan would head to the Fire Maple Forest. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, First Elder Li Qingshu, and the Burning Sky Ancestor were all present in the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. After not seeing each other for a few days, Li Qingshu could not help but reveal a trace of surprise when he sensed the aura emitted from Xiao Xian's body. At the same time, he could not help but think of the strange phenomenon that shook the entire Burning Flame Valley a few days ago. Could it be because of him? However, this was no longer important. Currently, the two people in front of him were both honorary elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Their statuses were not far from his. No matter how Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian increased their strength, it was a good thing for the Burning Flame Valley. Little guy, you've decided? The Burning Sky Ancestor slowly stood up from the main seat. His slightly surprised gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He had never thought that Xiao Yan would choose to take the risk in the end. He planned to pass through the territories of the two sections. This was not a good decision. If they encountered people from the two sects on the way, they probably would not let them pass so easily with the current public perception of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded heavily when he heard that. He could not take a long detour just because he had to pass through the territories of the two sections. That was not his style. Moreover, the territories of the two sects were huge. As long as his luck was not that bad, he would not run into them. At most, he would just have to be a little more careful. Moreover, he had an 8-star origin king like Xiao Xian by his side right now. As long as his opponents were not origin kings, dealing with them would not be difficult. Alright, since you've already decided, I can't say anything more. However, there is one thing that I must remind you of. Be careful along the way. Even if you reach the Fire Maple Forest in the end, you cannot be careless. If I've guessed correctly, the Fire Maple Forest is probably much more terrifying than the two sections. Ancestor Fan Tian did not say anything more after speaking until this point. Xiao Yan also nodded with a solemn face. After exchanging glances with Xiao Xian by the side, the two of them bowed to Ancestor Fan Tian before walking out of the Burning Flame Valley. After the two of them left the hall, Great Elder Li Qingshu turned his gaze back to Burning Sky Ancestor and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Valley Master, these two people and you, I naturally have to take care of the descendants of old friends." On the other side, when Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian hurried out of the Burning Flame Valley, they met Qin Yan again along the way. At this moment, the latter seemed to be preparing to leave the Burning Flame Valley as well. When the two of them met, they immediately stopped. "Brother Qin Yan, are you preparing to, I've stayed in the sect for too long. I can no longer find an opponent in the sect, so I plan to go out and train." "Oh, that's not it. I admit that I can't beat you, honorary elder." The two of them burst into laughter. Xiao Xian chimed in. However, Qin Yan's gaze fell on Xiao Xian and he asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" He asked suspiciously, "This senior must be the one in your body before, right? I've heard my teacher mention it before. However, from what I see, there are some differences. Senior's strength is above my teacher's." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. Xiao Xian had recovered his usual calm appearance. At the very most, he pursed his lips and smiled. After staying in the Burning Flame Valley for some time, Xiao Yan naturally knew that Xianhua was Qin Yan's teacher. The latter's cultivation was a 6-star origin king. If it was before, Xiao Xian would not be able to compare with him. However, things were very different now. Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yan flew out of the Burning Flame Valley together. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Yan's group arrived at Hopeless City in the extreme south for the first time, an old man in a white robe had also arrived. After hearing about the young honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley that many people in the city had mentioned, he moved and quickly flew in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. Chapter 12:30. After leaving the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Yan's journey was rather smooth. In 2 days, they had already entered the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect. According to their estimates, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to reach the fire maple forest within a week. Along the way, Xiao Yan and Shui Yan followed the principle of keeping a low profile. Other than hurrying along the way, they did not have much time to rest. In order to avoid any possible trouble, they had to walk through some of the cities they passed by. Hence, the two of them safely passed through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect 2 days later. Although the process was somewhat complicated, it was at least much safer. Following this method, Xiao Yan and Yi Qingtang should be able to reach the fire maple forest very quickly. Whether the heavenly flame was there or not, they would know at a glance. The territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect was relatively more desolate. At the same time, it was also more wild. Everything here was filled with a wild and murderous aura. Under the rule of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, only the strong survived. There was no concept of the weak surviving. Therefore, those who were able to come here, other than magical beasts with powerful combat strength, were people with extremely powerful cultivations. In short, those who were able to survive here were not good people. The huge ancient city was built on the desert. The slightly decaying city walls gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. When the wind blew, gravel would be swept up, causing people's faces to hurt. Outside the city gate, there were 2 people queuing to enter the city. At the gate, there were people who specifically collected the fees needed to enter the city. Other than a small number of young people who came to train, the rest of the people who entered the city were basically people who lived by spilling blood on their blades every day. Most of them were mercenaries, and a small number of them were lone travelers. Compared to the former, the latter made people feel that they were more dangerous. Very quickly, it was Xiao Yan and Yi Qingtang's turn. 100 spirit stones per person. A somewhat sharp voice came from the mouth of a skinny man in front of him. However, it caused Xiao Yan's hand, which had just touched the storage ring, to pause slightly. He frowned and glanced at the man. Seeing the latter's cold expression, he hesitantly transferred 200 spirit stones into the latter's storage ring. Previously, those guys had clearly paid 50 spirit stones when they entered the city, but when it came to them, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause more trouble, why would Xiao Yan hand over the spirit stones so easily? Although he wasn't short of spirit stones now, it wasn't something that he could take as much as he wanted. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Xiao Xian by the side after paying the spirit stones. They immediately lifted their feet and walked into the city. Stop! However, just as the two of them walked past the front of the skinny man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth and stopped the two of them. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were knit together. The displeasure in his heart gradually became denser. This is the first time the two of you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, right? The sharp voice sounded again, and the lean man's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He looked at the two people in front of him with disdain. What advice do you have? That's true. If that's the case, I'll give you another 100 spirit stones each. With that, Xiao Yan's face immediately turned cold. However, the skinny man seemed to have become accustomed to this. He sneered and sneered, "Kid, don't be so rude. Brat, it's best that you don't know how to appreciate favors. I'm taking your spirit stones for your own good. Otherwise, when you enter the city, you'll be skinned clean and hung up to be sold. So, if you don't want to die, it's best that you obediently hand over the spirit stones to me. Otherwise, then piss off." With a stern voice, the presence of an early returnance expert radiated from the skinny man. Immediately, the expressions of many people in the group behind him changed. Although the skinny man's words were infuriating, his strength was no weaker than most of the people present. It seemed like the two newcomers could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. So, according to what you're saying, you need to be at returnance to enter the city? Xiao Yan ignored the qi within the body of the skinny man in front of him. He merely opened his mouth faintly. When the latter heard this, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. "Kid, you're right, so it's best if you hand over the spirit stones obediently." The sharp laughter rang out once again. At the same time, the skinny man's hand reached toward Xiao Yan's collar. Boom! However, the next moment, a muffled explosion sounded. Before the people present could react, the skinny man, who was still acting arrogantly a moment ago, was stepped under the feet of the black-robed Xiao Yan in the next second. His entire body had difficulty moving. I almost forgot that it's much easier to deal with people like you with fists than with money. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. After uttering these words in a faint voice, he slowly walked into the city with Xiao Xian by the side in front of the stunned eyes of the surrounding people. Domineering. After entering the city, Xiao Xian suddenly curled his lips and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not help but smile when he heard that. He looked around and said as he walked, "The environment is different now. The way people get into trouble naturally has to change. When dealing with these people, reasoning won't work. If you take money, they'll be even more greedy. Only with fists can you make them understand." The two smiled as they slowly walked towards the south of the city. Along the way, apart from wind and sand, there was only a smoky and foggy environment. They could even see violent scenes of fighting. Blood filled the air, sword flashed, and Genesis chi shot out. However, no one found it strange. They were already used to it. Compared to other places, this place was simply purgatory on earth. There were no rules, no order, and no sanctions. If you wanted to survive here, you had to clench your fists and knock down all the people in front of you. This was because you didn't know that someone in front of you might suddenly stab you with a knife in the next second. There was no need to know each other, no need for enmity, and no need for any reason. However, a couple of surprised gazes suddenly landed on the two of them from a short distance behind them just as Xiao Yan and Shui Yan were about to leave the city. It's that kid. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet him here. It was because of him that our plan was ruined and we were reprimanded by the Great Elder. Since we met him today, we naturally have to take revenge. And my puppet. This time, I'll definitely kill him. I'll refine that bastard and turn him into my new puppet. There was some surprise in the eyes of the few of them when they saw Xiao Yan appear in this place. However, this surprise quickly turned into an extremely cold killing intent. All of their faces were filled with a bone-deep hatred. If looks could kill, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already died 1,000 times over. It was all thanks to Xiao Yan that they failed their mission. Now that they saw the culprit again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1231. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian flew through the air in the desolate desert. The sound of rushing wind whistled continuously beside their ears. After exiting the city, the two of them had been flying towards the south at an extremely fast speed. They did not stop for even a moment along the way. At the same time, a group of 6 people were rapidly chasing behind the two of them at the end of their sight. "Ancestor, we have already left the city for almost 2 hours. Are we still going to let them continue chasing us?" In the sky, Xiao Yan curled his lips and smiled as he spoke in an indifferent voice. They had already discovered the existence of the rat-like fellows tailing them before they left the city. However, they had lured them all the way out in order to not cause too much of a commotion. Now, however, it was time to deal with them. In that case, let's finish them off together. We can't possibly let them follow us all the way. Xiao Xian smiled faintly upon hearing this. The two of them, who were swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt. They turned their heads and looked into the distance. With their enormous spiritual strength, the two of them could clearly sense a few auras rapidly approaching them. A moment later, a group of 6 people appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's eyes. Among the 6 people, there were 5 old men and 1 young man. When Xiao Yan's eyes swept over them, he immediately discovered that 4 of them were the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley, whom he had met on the way to the Fong clan back then. It was unexpected that they would actually bump into each other again. In other words, these 6 people should be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. It is unexpected that there are actually people from the Heavenly Puppet sect in the 10,000 Scorpion sects territory. If they did not secretly infiltrate, it is possible that they are here to discuss an alliance with the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They are really quick. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he thought of the current situation in the Burning Flame Valley. The expression in Xiao Xian's eyes also became stern. From the looks of it, the two of you should have discovered us long ago. When the group of people approached, the old man in the middle, whom he had never met before, immediately fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Compared to Xiao Yan, the latter gave him a greater sense of threat, and from the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The two of us didn't know what to say when we saw all of you following us with such great hospitality. Naturally, we could only bring all of you here. If all of you have something to say, feel free to say it here. I believe that no one will know. Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile, but his smile revealed a cold, killing intent. Since these people were from the Heavenly Puppet sect, there was naturally no need to be polite and he would directly kill them. Humph. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Last time, you ruined my Heavenly Puppet sect's plans and even destroyed my puppet. Today, I'll make you pay for it with interest. With a furious roar, the bodies of the four old men trembled. The aura of a late origin transformation expert immediately swept out. At the same time, 3 of them waved their sleeves. Their spatial rings flickered as 3 puppets appeared. The 3 puppets were all equivalent to mid-returnance experts. Coupled with the 4 old men's cooperation, their battle prowess was equivalent to an early returnance expert. If Xiao Yan faced them alone, it would be equivalent to taking on 4 returnance experts simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Xian suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying presence swept out as well. An origin king. The 4 old men's expressions immediately changed when they saw who it was. They could not help but cry out. Although their battle prowess was extraordinary and there were very few returnance experts who could match them, they were nothing before an origin king. However, no wonder the 2 of you were able to clearly detect our tracks even though we were so far away. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there would be an origin king expert by your side. In that case, are you this young friend's backer? The other old man on the opposite side laughed softly when Xiao Xian revealed his Yuan King cultivation. He took 2 steps forward and a pair of shady old eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, his gaze gathered on Xiao Xian by the side. If that's the case, before he finished speaking, the old man waved his sleeve. Soon after, a bright silver figure appeared in front of the old man. It was another puppet. I am Guan Ao, and this is my puppet, Pajuan. He's also a origin king. If you take action, Pajuan will be your opponent. The old man's face was calm and indifferent. His expression did not change because Xiao Xian was King Yuan. On the other side, the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley had also thrown their vicious gazes onto Xiao Yan. Since no one could stop them, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. It seems that this matter is much more troublesome than you and I thought. Xiao Xian frowned slightly. Yes, this old man is already half a step into the origin king realm. His cultivation is not shallow. Coupled with his puppet, it will be even more difficult to deal with. These 4 are easy to deal with, but there's one over there. He hasn't spoken or moved at all. I can't even see his cultivation clearly. He must have something on him that can isolate his aura from detection. We just have to be careful. Xiao Yan nodded. His gaze turned and once again returned to the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley. The matter from the last time could not be considered. However, since he had met them again today, these 4 people must die. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward. The space around him immediately distorted, and his figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the East Valley. He clenched his hand in the air, and the blazing heavenly fire immediately condensed into a giant flaming ruler that smashed down at the 4 people in front of him. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out, and the giant ruler's smashing motion also stopped. Looking closely, it was blocked by the puppet. Swoosh! In the next second, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiao Yan heard a sonic boom of the air being torn apart. A steel fist also appeared in the blink of an eye beside Xiao Yan's head. Then, it ruthlessly passed through Xiao Yan's head, and his entire figure disappeared. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the 4 old men of the East Valley suddenly felt their hearts tighten. They looked up and saw Xiao Yan's figure appear above the head of the puppet in front of them. The giant ruler in his hand slammed down hard, aiming for the puppet's head. Clang! However, this time, in the space in front of him, another puppet appeared again. Its fist met Xiao Yan's giant flaming ruler head-on. The terrifying force of the blow blocked the giant ruler, and the residual force of the blow numbed Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the giant ruler. However, the puppet's fist was also severely deformed by Xiao Yan's strike. Before Xiao Yan could make another move, the other puppet behind him pounced on him again. At the same time, the 4 old men of the East Valley also moved, preparing to take down Xiao Yan together. A fierce battle had begun. Chapter 1232. At the same time, the atmosphere between Guan Ao and Xiao Xian gradually grew tense. The situation on Xiao Yan's side was unclear for the time being, and they were about to make their move. Since you have such cultivation, why block my heavenly puppet sect for a brat? If you are willing to stop, I guarantee that the heavenly puppet sect will treat you as an important guest. Guan Ao's sinister old eyes stared at Xiao Xian as he slowly said, "My apologies, I am more optimistic about the Burning Flame Valley than the heavenly puppet sect." With a faint smile, Xiao Xian pressed 2 fingers together and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. The invisible air immediately condensed and turned into a transparent wind sword. As Xiao Xian's voice faded, he waved his hand and the sword abruptly shot towards Guan Ao. The sharp sword instantly tore through the air, and the wind between heaven and earth churned, swirling around Xiao Xian's body and forming an invisible storm. The invisible sword arrived in front of Guan Ao in the blink of an eye, pointing directly at the latter's forehead. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound was heard. The silver puppet suddenly appeared in front of Guan Ao and blocked Xiao Xian's sword with its tough body. "So you are from the Burning Flame Valley. Since that is the case, there is nothing to say between us. Since you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, don't even think of leaving." Behind the puppet, Guan Ao gently caressed the wound on his cheek that had appeared due to the fierce wind. His voice was filled with chilling intent. "Then why do you think we have kept you alive until now?" A cold and fierce look appeared in Xiao Xian's eyes. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body rapidly churned, and the air around him condensed again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into hundreds of invisible swords. With a point of the sword, they all shot towards Guan Ao. The fastest way to defeat the puppet was naturally to kill Guan Ao. "It's not that easy to kill me, even if you are a Origin King expert." As his voice faded, the elder's body shuddered. Immediately, gray Genesis chi gushed out from his body, swiftly forming a rock armor around his body under his control. This old man's rock armor can even withstand a full-powered attack from an ordinary Origin King expert. With Junpei here, you can forget about breaking this armor. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of rock armor enveloped Guan Ao's entire body. At first glance, he looked like a large piece of rock. Even his eyes were covered by the rock. With such a tight defense, it was no wonder he was so confident. "Pajun, kill him!" The voice rang out again. Immediately, the silver puppet stepped into the air and charged towards Xiao Xian. Guan Ao, on the other hand, wore armor. He slowly arrived beside the young man. "Young sect master, I'm afraid that these 2 people won't be easy to deal with. Should we inform the 10,000 Scorpion sect?" Hearing this, the young man did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xiao Xian, who was fighting fiercely with Pajun. He said indifferently, "How confident are you in dealing with King Yuan?" Guan Ao was taken aback. He frowned and swept his gaze across the battlefield. "If it's just stalling him, I should have a 60% chance." 60%? The young man frowned. There was some displeasure on his face. His gaze turned to Xiao Yan. The latter had relied on his own strength to fight the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley and the 3 puppets to a draw. This kind of fighting strength was already extremely shocking. "Never mind, we don't need to alert the 10,000 Scorpion sect for the time being. You stall King Yuan. As for this kid, let me personally deal with him." The moment his voice sounded, the young man's long and narrow eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body. At the same time that Guan Ao by the side nodded, his body flashed and disappeared from the original spot. Soon after, Xiao Yan borrowed the enormous fire ruler in his hand to force back the 4 people in front of him. At the same time, he dodged the attack of the puppet beside him. At the same time, the ghost-like human figure once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, a sharp dagger pierced out and pierced toward a fatal spot on Xiao Yan's body. Buzz. It's that young man. He's also attacking. Sensing the dangerous aura that was suddenly transmitted from his side, Xiao Yan's expression changed at the same time. His body also hurriedly leaned forward, using this to dodge this attack from his opponent. In the end, although Xiao Yan managed to avoid being hit in a vital part of his body, the dagger still left behind a bloody scar on his back. The stimulating sensation was immediately transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. Even the muscles on his face twitched violently. However, in the next second, the puppet in front of him once again attacked. Its hard fist forced Xiao Yan to dodge once again. The four elders of the East Valley below once again joined forces and charged forward. On the other side of the empty space, the sound of rushing wind sounded. Another puppet appeared. Behind it, the dagger with a cold glint tore through the air and once again charged forward like a poisonous snake. With the addition of another returnance expert, the pressure on Xiao Yan immediately increased. Unlike regular returnance experts, the three puppets not only possessed terrifying defensive power, but they also did not feel pain. Ordinary attacks would struggle to leave a wound on their bodies. Xiao Yan was unable to endure the repeated attacks. Coupled with the addition of the young man, even Xiao Yan found it rather difficult to endure after a few clashes. That man's attacks were extremely crafty. Each time Xiao Yan attacked, this fellow would strangely appear by his side. That dagger was aimed at a fatal spot on Xiao Yan's body. If Xiao Yan was accidentally stabbed, it would leave behind a wound that was difficult to heal. Adding the repeated interference from the four elders of the Eastern Valley, Xiao Yan was unable to free himself to deal with them even though they were unable to hurt him. God damn it! I can't let this drag on. I need to break through one by one. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart as he tightly gripped the giant ruler with both hands. Surging Genesis Chi was continuously poured into it, causing the flames on the giant ruler to burn even more fiercely. With a vicious swing, a shocking ruler glow immediately shot out. Sevenfold Heavenbreaker Ruler. By relying on the 7 overbearing and ferocious ruler glows, Xiao Yan managed to force back the few people who had surrounded him. While he was panting, the 3 puppets once again charged forward. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as they swiftly locked onto the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. He completely ignored the 3 puppets that had already arrived in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the great path of empty space immediately agglomerated in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley before they could recover. He held a huge ruler in his hand and violently smashed it down on the head of one of them in front of the shocked gazes of the other 3. Clang. However, the enormous ruler that smashed down was once again blocked. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed. He focused his eyes and looked over. A silver-colored puppet had also appeared in his sight. Chapter 12:33. You seem to have forgotten that I'm also a member of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Xiao Yan put away the ruler and turned his head. Sure enough, the young man was smiling at him. With a slight movement, he joined forces with the 3 puppets to surround Xiao Yan once more. 4 puppets, a returnance expert, and the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. Even Xiao Yan would struggle to deal with such a lineup when they worked together. At the same time, the silver puppet in the young man's hand seemed to be different from the other 3 puppets. Whether it was in terms of speed or toughness, the silver puppet could not be compared to the silver puppet. The puppet was probably at late returnance at the very least, or even stronger. From the looks of it, the young man was no ordinary person. A chilling light flashed through Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes as his gaze paused on the young man. He studied him from head to toe, but he failed to discover anything. The young man was at mid-returnance, but he was no weaker than Xiao Yan. His speed also surprised Xiao Yan. The previous few clashes had almost left him with fatal wounds. Even someone like Xiao Yan would have to avoid the 2 dangerous daggers in his hands. Remember, the person who will kill you is me, the young master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, Ren Xiaodong. At the sight of Xiao Yan's suspicious appearance, the young man coldly smiled. As the Genesis chi in his body covered the dagger in his hand, his figure flickered once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His arms were raised high as the sharp dagger in his hand viciously pierced toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not retreat when he saw this. Instead, he advanced. When the two daggers were about to land, a thought passed through his mind and the golden elephant skill was instantly unleashed. A bright golden light instantly covered the surface of his body. At the same time, his entire body violently charged forward. Grade 8 collapse. Swish, however, Ren Xiaodong was extremely cautious in the face of Xiao Yan's life-for-life attack. The moment Xiao Yan charged forward, he used his extraordinary speed to barely dodge Xiao Yan's attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the daggers viciously stabbed out again. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body heavily slammed into an oncoming puppet. Clang. The collision between Xiao Yan's physical body and the metal puppet emitted a sound similar to that of metal colliding. By relying on the strength of the golden elephant skill and the 8th grade collapse, the puppet's chest instantly caved in under this attack of Xiao Yan's. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded from within the puppet. The skin on the puppet's back suddenly burst apart. Numerous enormous crack lines were swiftly torn apart. The puppet's body was also sent flying by this attack of Xiao Yan's. Just as Xiao Yan came back to his senses, the daggers behind him viciously stabbed into his body. This time, even with the protection of the golden elephant art, the tips of the two daggers still pierced into Xiao Yan's body. The power contained in the daggers instantly exploded, causing Xiao Yan to let out a muffled groan. Even the qi and blood in his body were violently tumbling. Although the defensive power of the golden elephant art was extremely strong, it was still difficult to completely block Ren Xiaodong, who was at the same level as him. While Xiao Yan was repelled, he used the giant flaming ruler in his hand to repel the other two puppets. He turned his head to look at the 4 elders of the East Cove. The silver puppet was still guarding in front of them, making it impossible for him to get close. I really underestimated you. Fortunately, I didn't choose to take your attack head-on. Otherwise, I'm afraid the one who would be injured right now would be me. Ren Xiaodong looked at the puppet that was sent flying by Xiao Yan's attack, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He thought about how he was the one that Xiao Yan was about to attack. If he hadn't chosen to dodge Xiao Yan's attack out of caution, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. At the same time, one of the 4 elders of the East Cove looked at his puppet that was on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but show a pained expression on his face. When he looked at Xiao Yan, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Today, once they killed Xiao Yan, they swore to refine him into a puppet and make him listen to their orders from now on. So be it. I don't believe that you alone can defeat me and these 3 puppets. Our continuous attacks have already taken a toll on you. What are you going to use to fight us? With a cold laugh, Ren Xiaodong raised his head. Behind Xiao Yan, the 3 puppets once again surrounded him. Xiao Yan turned his head. His gaze swiftly swept over the 3 puppets. After which, it flashed over the silver-colored puppet. Only then did he look at the former. This fellow was really confident. He deliberately used his puppets to protect the 4 elders of the East Cove because he knew that once Xiao Yan killed one of them, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Only by relying on the puppets could they have a chance of defeating Xiao Yan. Moreover, Ren Xiaodong was also quite confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put his puppets aside and fought Xiao Yan himself. On the other side, the battle between Xiao Xian and Guan Ao was still unclear. In the face of Xiao Xian, Guan Ao could only use his puppets to delay him. There was no way he could do anything by himself. Although Xiao Xian had the upper hand against defeating armies, the characteristics of the puppet itself had still succeeded in delaying defeating armies to a great extent. However, looking at Xiao Xian's calm expression, it was clear that he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation as an 8-star source king, even if it was a puppet, it would not have been able to remain intact until now. Given Xiao Yan's current situation with 3 puppets, Ren Xiaodong, and the 4 elders of the East Cove Hall who were eyeing him covetously and who knew when they would suddenly attack, plus the puppet, the situation wasn't good. If there wasn't a clear change in the situation, it wouldn't be a good thing to drag on like this. I have to get rid of these 3 puppets first. Compared to Ren Xiaodong, it was undoubtedly much easier to get rid of the 3 puppets. With this thought, Xiao Yan abruptly turned around and faced Ren Xiaodong. With a jerk of his arm, Genesis Qi surged into the giant ruler again. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. As his roar faded, the giant ruler flipped in the air. 7 stunning ruler lights shot out one after another and then merged into one, approaching Ren Xiaodong at lightning speed. At this moment, Ren Xiaodong was gathering the Genesis Qi in his body. With the dagger in his hand, he drew countless blade marks in the void in front of him, forming a net to meet the ruler lights in front of him. Xiao Yan flicked his finger at the same time that the 7-foot-long ruler was swung out. A black light quickly shot out following the ruler glow. Behind him, the 3 puppets charged towards Xiao Yan again. Then, when Xiao Yan lifted his head, pitch-black energy gushed out from his eyes. Between heaven and earth, the power of the great Tao suddenly gathered, forming a huge black tent in front of the ruler lights. The startling ruler lights were then swallowed by the tent. Xiao Yan didn't care about what was happening in front of him. His figure abruptly turned in the air, and the giant ruler in his hands swept out again. Flame-devouring wave. Waves of fire swept out and blasted the 3 puppets behind him back. Almost at the same time, a huge tent condensed behind the 3 puppets. When the 3 puppets approached the tent, the shocking light of the ruler appeared between heaven and earth again. Then, under the shocked gazes of the 4 elders of the East Valley, the power of the ruler bombarded the 3 puppets. All the power of the ruler was received by the 3 puppets without a single bit of difference. Boom! 2 earth-shattering noises rang out at the same time. In front of Xiao Yan, the 3 puppets' bodies exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrannical power tore their steel bodies to shreds, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 puppets were completely destroyed. Behind Xiao Yan, the web of blades in front of Ren Xiaodong was blocked by the Northern King, who had suddenly appeared. An endless amount of lightning surged out of the Northern King's body and healed the wounds on the surface of its body in the blink of an eye. After which, it threw a punch at Ren Xiaodong. Although Ren Xiaodong had blocked the Northern King's punch, the lightning that it contained caused both of Ren Xiaodong's arms to become numb. Even his hand, which was holding the dagger, trembled uncontrollably. The blade in his hand nearly fell. Chapter 1234. Puppets aren't just limited to your celestial puppet sect. Xiao Yan slowly turned around after finishing off the 3 puppets in front of him. His gaze once again landed on Ren Xiaodong's body. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Do you think I can defeat you now? He loosened his grip on the flaming greatsword, and the greatsword turned into flames and dissipated. Puppets! You actually have puppets as well. With Ren Xiaodong's eyesight, he immediately recognized that the Northern King was not the work of his celestial puppet sect. Although the puppets refined by the celestial puppet sect were quite powerful, the damage they received could not be healed. They could be considered as consumables, and every time a puppet was destroyed, there would be 1 less puppet. However, he had clearly seen the wounds left by his web blade on the Northern King's body disappear in the blink of an eye. This recovery ability was definitely not something a puppet from his celestial puppet sect could possess. Now I can fight you properly. Northern King, go deal with those guys for me. Ignoring Ren Xiaodong's surprise, Xiao Yan slowly walked up and gave an order. The Northern King acknowledged it before turning to face the 4 elders. Naturally, only Xiao Yan and Ren Xiaodong remained on the battlefield. Was that the way of the void from before? Ren Xiaodong became rather nervous when he saw Xiao Yan approach him. Although they had used different methods, Xiao Yan had already dealt with 3 returnance puppets. No matter what method he had used, the outcome had already been decided. Now that he had to face Xiao Yan alone, he would be lying if he said he was not nervous. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. At the same time, his footsteps changed and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. He raised his fist and violently smashed it toward Ren Xiaodong's head. Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly appear, Ren Xiaodong's heart immediately tightened. At the same time that his body hurriedly pulled back, the dagger in his hand once again slashed out. Two wind blades quickly collided with Xiao Yan's fist. However, under the sharp wind from Xiao Yan's fist, Ren Xiaodong's two wind blades were unable to endure for even an instant. They were forcefully blasted apart, after which, they violently smashed into Ren Xiaodong's crossed arms. The overbearing strength instantly forced the latter back. God damn it, what brute force! The instant Ren Xiaodong's body paused, his mouth involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. A thread of fresh blood followed the corner of his mouth and flowed down. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan had also become much more fearful. Not only could Xiao Yan's terrifying strength destroy the puppets, even Ren Xiaodong struggled to block it. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was also frighteningly shocking. With the two of them working together, Xiao Yan's close-range combat ability was far greater than Ren Xiaodong's. As a result, Ren Xiaodong would not be able to gain any advantage in close-range combat. Swish. However, the sound of rushing air once again sounded. While Ren Xiaodong was feeling shocked in his heart, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of him. The sharp wind from his fist once again came toward him. Compared to before, the strength this time around was even greater. Even though they were over a meter apart, the strong and fierce wind from the fist had already caused him to feel pressure. God damn it! The great Tao of wind! Xiao Yan's speed was clearly above Ren Xiaodong's. If Ren Xiaodong simply dodged, he would not be able to avoid Xiao Yan's attack. Ren Xiaodong did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately displayed the power of the Great Tao and relied on the Great Tao of Wind to increase his speed to dodge Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, in the battle between Xiao Xian and Pajun, when Xiao Xian sensed the Great Tao of Wind controlled by Ren Xiaodong, he seemed to have sensed something. An invisible force between heaven and earth gathered in front of Xiao Xian's eyes. That power surpassed Battle Qi and Genesis Qi. It was a completely new power to him. Under the guidance of Ren Xiaodong's Great Tao of Wind, that power quickly fell into his control. Is this the power of the Great Tao? Although the power was invisible, it seemed more ethereal and heavier than Genesis Qi. It was like a bucket of water was placed in front of him. If he couldn't lift the bucket, he would never be able to lift the water inside. And at this moment, the bucket was in his hand. The next second, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth swirled, and a huge tornado rose out of thin air. With Xiao Xian as the center, it rapidly condensed into invisible Great Tao curtains in the void around him. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen curtains, and it only slowly stopped when the 27th curtains were formed. When Xiao Xian raised his head, Pajun attacked again. But compared to before, Pajun's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in Xiao Xian's eyes. In that short period of time, Xiao Xian could launch countless attacks. Phew, it's time. After comprehending the power of the Great Tao, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled. The battle had lasted until now because he had deliberately held back. But now that Xiao Yan's battle was about to end, it was time for him to solve the problem in front of him. Qingmu Sword Art, Heavenly Strike. He put his two fingers together and lightly tapped the space in front of him. Instantly, the wind between heaven and earth immediately gathered. Under the wrapping of the hurricane, an invisible longsword condensed. He pointed the tip of the sword at Pajun, who was charging at him. And at the same time that the invisible longsword condensed, an invisible curtain filled with sharpness also condensed behind Xiao Xian. When the longsword collided with Pajun's body, countless densely packed sword scars suddenly appeared on Pajun's body. These sword scars had been deliberately hidden by Xiao Xian in the previous battle. When all the sword scars were added together, they had already covered Pajun's entire body. When the heavenly strike was unleashed, all the sword scars were connected together, and countless cracks covered Pajun's body. This puppet, which was comparable to a 5-star origin king, was completely shattered into pieces by Xiao Xian's attack. Guan Ao was instantly suffocated. His body, which was wrapped in rock armor, was like a statue. His pair of sinister old eyes were filled with horror. He would never have thought that he had been wrong from the beginning of this battle. The so-called 60% chance was just nonsense. In front of the opponent's absolute strength, the puppet was simply a puppet. At the same time, with Xiao Yan's Sky Absolute Step and Giant Elephant skill being activated at the same time, Ren Xiaodong, who was wildly fleeing, was finally struck by a punch. His entire body immediately fell uncontrollably. Finally, he violently fell into the endless desert below. Looking at the North King's side, the silver puppet was not weak. After fighting with the North King for a long time, it actually suppressed him. If it were not for the power of thunder and lightning and its terrifying recovery ability, it would not have been able to fight with the North King. As for the 4 elders of the East Valley, they had already appeared in the sky a few hundred feet away. Seeing that the situation was not good, they could only escape. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Xiao Xian's flying sword in the blink of an eye. They could not leave behind any future troubles in this battle. Therefore, these people had to die. After dealing with the 4 elders of the East Valley and severely injuring Ren Xiaodong, the puppet was held back by the North King. At this moment, only Guan Ao was left with any fighting power. Do you still intend to continue guarding your turtle shell? Xiao Xian smiled faintly. With a light wave of 2 fingers, an invisible long sword immediately condensed in front of him. Humph, remember this. In the future, my heavenly puppet sect will repay the burning flame valley with double the grudge of this battle. Guan Ao's face was filled with dissatisfaction as he swept his eyes over Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. His words were filled with viciousness. Soon after, Xiao Xian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly swung his sword toward Guan Ao, but it was blocked by the hard rock armor. Xiao Xian hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan while his expression changed. Soon after, the 2 of them swiftly withdrew. This guy actually chose to self-destruct. North King, come back. A loud cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when Guan Ao's body exploded. A frightening energy storm swept wildly across the sky at the same time. Chapter 1235. After the storm swept over, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian stood in the air. Their gazes shifted downwards, and they quickly saw the corpse-like Ren Xiaodong. This fellow had similarly failed to avoid the energy storm earlier. Xiao Yan's figure flashed, and he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. However, he discovered that the latter was no longer alive. As for the puppet, it had also been destroyed in the energy storm earlier because it was too close. At this point, the 6 people from the Heavenly Puppet sect could be considered to have been finished off. After keeping Ren Xiaodong's storage ring, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian once again set out on their journey. Not long after the 2 of them left, an illusionary figure finally appeared from a jade pendant that hung from Ren Xiaodong's corpse. His face was filled with hatred. It was Ren Xiaodong. At the same time, 3 figures were chasing Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian at an extremely fast speed from a certain place within the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A long time later, when night descended, the desolate sand that filled the sky was swept across the land by a cold wind. Regardless of whether it was the city walls or the mountains, it was difficult for them to escape the baptism of the wind and sand. In the wastelands, one would not be able to see the moon and stars when one looked up, nor would one be able to see the streams and forests when one looked down. It was difficult to distinguish one's surroundings. Coupled with the irritating weather, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian decided to stop. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally due to the great battle during the day. After a few exchanges, the 2 of them had expended quite a bit of energy. Resting for a night could be considered as making their journey easier. After finding a rock, the 2 of them lit a bonfire in the lee of the wind and rested for a while. The fire burning in the dark night was like a bright star in the boundless night sky, illuminating a large area of the surrounding land. The dim light of the fire was even reflected on the constantly sweeping yellow sand in the air, like a layer of gray mist. Beside the bonfire, the flickering light of the flames reflected on the bodies of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding a storage ring in his hand. His brows were furrowed as an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Ren Xiaodong was already dead. Logically speaking, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, when Xiao Yan was about to pour his spiritual strength into the storage ring, he was shocked to discover that his spiritual strength was still isolated outside. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring was still as strong as before. If it were not for his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan would not have been able to open the storage ring. Although the storage ring had been opened, it also indicated to Xiao Yan that Ren Xiaodong was not dead. At the very least, his spirit was still alive. However, how was this possible? With Ren Xiaodong's spiritual strength, it was impossible for him to hide in front of Xiao Yan unless... God! It's that thing on his body that is concealing his spiritual aura. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan recall this. However, he did not have the time to care about this. Even if Ren Xiaodong had already returned to the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, or even returned to the Heavenly Puppet Sect, it was impossible for him to catch up to them. After tomorrow, the two of them would be able to reach the border of the 10,000 Scorpion Sect and enter the Fire Maple Forest. At that time, even if the Heavenly Puppet Sect caught up to them, what could they do? After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned his gaze back to the storage ring in his hand. With a thought, his spiritual strength immediately poured into it. As the junior sect leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, he believed that there would definitely be many treasures in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. If he could plunder one or two of them, today's battle would not be considered a waste of effort. After searching for a while, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. Other than some medicinal pills and spirit stones, there were pitifully few chi methods and do skills in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. Even the spirit stones were merely some ordinary low-tier spirit stones. It seemed that there was nothing worthy of Xiao Yan's attention. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his spiritual strength, a golden scroll in the storage ring attracted his attention. In particular, the 3 large words printed in blood on it caused Xiao Yan to be moved. Vajra Puppet. This is the secret technique of the Heavenly Puppet Sect to refine puppets? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he immediately took out this scroll. The instant the scroll entered his hand, an ice-cold metallic texture and a heavy pressure followed. Xiao Yan's hand exerted a little force before he was able to firmly receive it. Vajra Puppet, high-level spirit rank. As the scroll was slowly opened, the information within it gradually entered Xiao Yan's eyes. This was especially true for the refining method, which caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked. The puppets refined with the secret technique of the Vajra puppet were divided into 3 stages of cultivation: Returnance, Origin King, and Origin King. The strongest puppet could reach the terrifying peak of Origin King. At the same time, the color of the puppet would change as its strength increased. Returnance puppets were usually black, Origin King puppets were silver, and Origin King puppets would become completely golden. At that time, both their battle prowess and defense would reach an extremely terrifying level. For example, Ren Xiaodong's puppet from before was half a step away from Origin King. Although it was almost completely silver, it was still somewhat lacking. It was exactly because of this that the Northern King was able to fight against it. Otherwise, even with the Northern King's terrifying recovery ability, he would not have been able to defeat an Origin King puppet so easily. Through his understanding, the Vajra puppet was just as Xiao Yan had guessed. Once it was refined, its battle prowess and defense would be extremely great. At the same level of cultivation, the Vajra puppet's battle prowess would not be any weaker than an expert with a high-class do skill. Its defense would be even more terrifying. However, it was exactly because of this that the advantages of the Vajra puppet also became its disadvantages. The overly great battle prowess and defense made it impossible for the Vajra puppet to endure any external attacks. This also meant that once the Vajra puppet was damaged, it would be impossible to repair. However, Xiao Yan's celestial demon puppet perfectly made up for this. If I can combine these 2 puppets, wouldn't the Northern King's strength be able to reach a whole new level? With that thought, Xiao Yan immediately felt a desire. The Northern King's current battle prowess was only comparable to late Returnance experts. Although he had not completely absorbed the power of lightning within him, he would still need a very long time to refine it. However, if he could combine the Vajra puppet with the Northern King's battle prowess, Xiao Yan believed that the Northern King's battle prowess would definitely reach Origin King in a short amount of time. However, this process required an opportunity. Unless Xiao Yan was able to merge the benefits of the hard gold puppet and the sky demon puppet chi method, he would only be able to refine and raise the Northern King's strength if the two were compatible. However, it was not an easy task to understand these two completely different secret techniques and merge them into one. However, just as Xiao Yan frowned, Xiao Xian suddenly extended his hand and took the Vajra puppet. Chapter 12:36. Little fellow, are you interested in this Vajra puppet? Xiao Xian casually glanced at it a few times before returning the scroll to Xiao Yan. The latter hurriedly nodded and received the scroll. I want to combine this Vajra puppet with my sky demon puppet. This way, the Northern King's strength will increase again. This should be beneficial for our journey through the fire maple forest. Yes, this is a good idea. The specialty of this Vajra puppet is that it is tough and overbearing. Your sky demon puppet just so happens to lack this. If the two are combined, it will indeed be a good thing. Xiao Xian smiled. At the same time, he extended his hand toward Xiao Yan and asked for the sky demon puppet in the latter's storage ring. Let me take a look at your sky demon puppet. Perhaps I can be of help. Honestly speaking, I have done such a thing in the past. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he heard this. At the same time, he did not hesitate to hand over the sky demon puppet in his storage ring to Xiao Xian. The latter laughed mockingly when he saw this. Do you still remember the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change? Back then, the Qi method also had some special disadvantages. I felt that it was not reasonable, so I modified it myself. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were immediately lifted the moment these words were uttered. His heart began to feel admiration for this ancestor of his. Although these words of his were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to understand the degree of difficulty involved. Creating a Do technique was already extremely difficult, much less modifying an already completed Do technique. From a certain point of view, the difficulty involved was likely even more difficult than creating a new Do technique. With Xiao Xian's help, Xiao Yan's confidence was naturally much greater. He used the rest time to carefully compare the similarities between the two Qi methods. Through these details, he simplified and overlapped a portion of the content between the two. After which, he began to refine the remaining content. Of course, the entire process was not as smooth as Xiao Yan had imagined. This was because it was very difficult for him to discover even the so-called similarities between the two Qi methods. Although they were both methods for refining puppets, the materials needed, refining techniques, and the strength of the puppet were all major problems. This was especially so for the many details of the Sky Demon puppet that the Vajra puppet did not possess. It seemed that the person who created the Vajra puppet back then had only considered the strength of the puppet and did not pay attention to the other details. From this point of view, the Sky Demon puppet was much more detailed. Xiao Yan placed all of his attention on these two scrolls for 4 hours. However, it was difficult for him to understand the true meaning within. The Sky Demon puppet was, after all, following him for many years. It was not difficult for him to understand some things. Sky Demon puppet had been with him for many years. It was naturally not difficult for him to understand some things. The Vajra puppet. In the end, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. If one were to say that he was good at refining medicinal pills, his understanding of the way of puppets was far too crude. Trying to obtain results by relying on a sudden impulse was really a little wishful thinking. However, at this moment, perhaps I can do it this way, Xiao Xian smiled. A glint flashed across his dark black eyes. Soon after, Xiao Yan raised his head in surprise. The latter pressed his finger on the spot between his brows. Immediately, a large amount of information surged into Xiao Yan's mind. This was the result that Xiao Xian had obtained after these 4 hours. Xiao Yan's face was gradually replaced by shock when he sensed the wondrous concept within the information. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never expected his ancestor to be so capable. In less than 4 hours, he had actually managed to link the two seemingly different Qi methods together. He had even formed his own unique opinion. Even with Xiao Yan's unruly character, he could not help but admire this ability. Ancestor, Xiao Yan raised his eyes. Before he could say anything in admiration, He was stopped by Xianxia. Let's talk about it later. Now, we should first complete what you want to do. I have exhausted a lot of energy earlier. I will rest first. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Xiaoxian leaned against the rock behind him with an exhausted face and closed his eyes to rest. After some hesitation, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. The North King appeared before him. Xiaoyan once again flipped through the thoughts in his mind. He carefully thought for a moment before flicking his finger. A pale blue flame immediately began to burn fiercely on the Northern King's body. The next day, when the heavenly fire on the North King's body dissipated, a brand new body of steel appeared before Xiaoyan. Currently, the North King's body did not seem to have changed much from yesterday. However, he gave off a murderous aura. This aura was undoubtedly more threatening than before. Even the North King's skin now had a metallic luster. Of course, other than the changes in his appearance, the most important thing was that the North King's battle prowess was comparable to a King Yuan expert. As for where exactly it was, Xiaoyan would only know after they fought. Xiaoyan stood up and punched the North King with a little force. The North King's body did not move at all. However, his fist felt a little numb. This was naturally the effect of the thunderbolt power. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled in satisfaction. The thunderbolt power in the North King's body had become even more powerful. With just a light touch, the thunderbolt power would shoot out of his body and injure him. Whether it was for defense or offense, this was a great advantage. Someone is coming. Soon after, the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth had just appeared when Xiaoxian by the side opened his eyes at an unknown time. His brows were tightly knit as a grave expression hung on his face. The 3 Kings Yuan will be here in less than an hour. We have to leave quickly. Xiaoxian's expression became even more grave when he sensed the auras of the 3 experts locking onto him. His words caused Xiaoyan's expression to change. Are they from the Heavenly Puppet sect? They shouldn't be. One of the auras is somewhat familiar. It's the person from the 10,000 Scorpion sect that we met outside the Burning Flame Valley. I can't be sure about the other 2. They might be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. If that's the case, we'll be in danger. Xiaoxian shook his head. His face was solemn. It was unexpected that the other party would arrive so quickly. Xiaoyan hurriedly stored the Northern King, who was standing by the side, into his storage ring. After which, the 2 of them swiftly flew toward the south after confirming the direction. Sure enough, 3 figures arrived an hour later. One of them was the person from the 10,000 Scorpion sect that Xiaoyan and the others had met outside the Burning Flame Valley, Yufu. Chapter 1237. On a boundless wasteland, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were speeding south, but the danger behind them was getting closer and closer. Xiaoyan's cultivation base wasn't as high as King Yuan's, and even with the Heaven Extinction Steps and Wing Elephant Art, his speed was still limited. As a result, they were much slower than before. The only thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that under this kind of competition, Xiaoyan's group was already getting closer to the Fire Maple Forest. As long as they could reach the Fire Maple Forest before the 3 people behind them caught up to them, they might be able to avoid this danger. We should be reaching the Poison Cave, the last checkpoint of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Once we pass it, we will reach the Fire Maple Forest. In the sky, Xiaoyan sighed as he gazed at a huge gully hidden in the sandstorm in the distance. The tension in his heart gradually relaxed, but a moment later, chi! The sound of rushing wind came to an abrupt halt. Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan's figures instantly came to a standstill in the sky. The surrounding world quaked, and the invisible space was violently distorted by the hurricane. Xiaoxian lifted his head to look ahead, his brows tightly knitted together. What's wrong? We can't go any further. Xiaoyan's face was filled with doubt while Xiaoxian's face was solemn as he stared at the edge of his sight in front of him. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly discovered that there were actually 2 Yuan King-class experts in front of them. Their auras had already locked onto them when the 2 of them had entered this area. Clearly, they were targeting the 2 of them. There are 2 more King Yuan experts in front of us. They are coming for us. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened the moment these words were spoken. The Genesis Qi in his body began to swiftly circulate. From the looks of it, the other party had already anticipated that they would pass by and had thus decided to intercept them here. 5 King Yuan experts in a single move. What a big move. There's going to be big trouble. I will try my best to delay them while you find a chance to leave. Since their auras had already been locked onto, they were destined to be unable to escape. If they fought head-on, the two of them had no chance of winning, let alone escaping. Even an Origin Emperor would not be able to easily deal with the encirclement of 5 Origin Kings, let alone the two of them. This time, even Xianxia no longer had any confidence. If it was 1 against 3, along with Xianxia and the North King, they might still have a chance to escape. However, there were 5 Origin Kings. They would definitely lose this battle. Right now, he could only rely on himself to stall the 5 Origin Kings and give Xianxia a chance to escape. Ancestor, what are you talking about? You've waited for 1,000 years for your resurrection. You haven't even had the chance to experience the splendor of this continent. How can Xianxia leave Ancestor behind and escape by himself? If we're leaving, we'll leave together. If they really want to keep us here, I'll make them pay a painful price even if I die. Xianxia slowly shook his head when he heard Xianxia's words. With a wave of his sleeve, a brand new North King appeared. He was like an undefeatable god of war as his murderous aura permeated the area. The expressions of the 5 Origin Kings changed the moment the North King appeared. The extremely dangerous aura made even them shudder. The appearance of the North King made their encirclement a little more troublesome. Kiki, what a special puppet. Not only is it comparable to an Origin King, it also possesses a fiendish aura. If we can bring it back to the sect and study it properly, the strength of our heavenly puppet sect might increase again. Kik. Suddenly, an aged voice faintly resounded from the sky, echoing in everyone's ears. It was like the howl of an evil spirit from hell, sharp and hoarse. Especially the bursts of strange laughter, it was even more disgusting. Xianxia turned around and took a look. The 3 Origin Kings behind him had already arrived. Xianxia had already met one of them. It was Che Fu. The other 2 were wearing the clothes of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. They were clearly experts from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. The words from earlier were said by one of these 2 people. A bunch of people who only know how to play with the dead. I really don't know what you promised the sect master for him to actually agree to work with you. Soon after, the other 2 expert Origin Kings also appeared in front of Xianxia's group. One of them was a man and a woman. One of them had long hair all over his body. His face was green and he even had a pair of green eyes. The other woman had a bewitching appearance. Her voluptuous and hot body was exposed in an unbridled manner, causing one to feel like spitting fire. Her long and narrow eyes had a pair of triangular pupils. Her eyes were staring at others as though she was looking at her prey. An icy cold feeling suppressed the evil flame in one's heart. She was truly a femme fatale. This old man is rather curious. When will I be able to get a Origin King level magical beast and try refining it into a puppet? The old man's strange laughter rang out once again. At the same time, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes as he looked at the man and woman opposite him. Elder Su Rui seems to be a little angry. Do you want me to apologize to you on his behalf? Hearing this, the woman laughed instead of getting angry. She put on a seductive appearance and used all her strength to fiddle with her enchanting figure. A purple light quietly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, the old man called Su Rui's vision blurred, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. Right at this moment, the other old man suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible energy instantly intimidated the charm technique, and the purple light in the woman's eyes instantly dispersed. At the same time, Su Rui also woke up from this temporary control. Immediately, fear appeared in his old eyes. Damned woman! Fortunately, this operation was a joint operation. Otherwise, if he had to face that woman alone, he would have been beheaded long ago. Seductive Elder, I hope you understand the purpose of our trip. We can't affect the alliance between our 2 forces because of a small matter. At the side, the other old man slowly stepped out and frowned as he looked at the seductive woman opposite him. Then, his cold gaze returned to Xianxia and Yi Zichen. since Elder Su Tsong has said so? Little brother, look at how long I've been talking. I'm really thirsty. Why don't you quench my thirst? Halfway through her words, her seductive gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Yan's body. Her seductive tongue slowly slid across her lips, and her enchanting figure casually twisted, causing one's lust to swell. Her slender waist made one want to reach out and grab it. However, the moment the seductive purple light appeared again, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. A pitch-black flame appeared, instantly sweeping away the approaching dangerous aura. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in his hand. With a light tremble, a raging fire suddenly appeared. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Chapter 1238. In the extreme south, in the 10,000 Scorpion Sects territory, above the Poison Cave. Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian Buster Sword in his hand as heavenly flames filled the sky. Blazing flame aura filled the area, and the intense heat caused the space to continuously distort. From time to time, the sound of space exploding would be heard. The Northern King stood majestically to the side. Lightning flickered on his tall body as an overwhelming killing aura spread from his body, causing one's expression to change. Xiao Xian placed two fingers together and gently waved them. A hurricane immediately spun rapidly, turning into an invisible storm that swept across the sky. An invisible longsword also appeared above his head as the hurricane formed. The unparalleled sword aura caused the expressions of the 5 people present to change. Soon after, the 5 of them released the powerful auras within their bodies, which gathered together in the sky. The invisible aura blocked Xiao Yan's heaven-incinerating flame, the Northern King's killing aura, and Xiao Xian's overwhelming sword aura, and even suppressed them. Su Tsong and Su Rui flicked their fingers, and 2 silver puppets immediately appeared. These 2 puppets were equivalent to 2 Origin Kings. In this way, the number of Origin Kings on the other side had reached as many as 7. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's hearts suddenly sank when they saw this scene, and the expressions on their faces became even more grave. In the end, the result that they did not want to see the most had occurred. 7 Origin Kings. Even if Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian did their best, they would not be able to escape from such a lineup. No wonder Lu Yong died at your hands. An 8-star Origin King is quite capable. However, since you killed an elder of my heavenly puppet sect, you have to pay a price. Lu Yong's puppets will be made up for by you too. Su Tsong and Su Rui abruptly waved their large hands the moment the dark, solemn voice was emitted. The numerous puppets in front of them immediately shot out. They were like 2 cannonballs that had been shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and Su Rui. They waved their fists and violently smashed them toward the 2 of them. Clang! In the next second, a deafening collision suddenly rang out. An invisible tornado formed a barrier in front of Xiao Yan, blocking the puppet's attack. As for the other puppet, the Northern King beside Xiao Yan punched it. Su Rui's expression suddenly changed when the 2 of them collided. He could clearly see that his puppet had been smashed into a metal disc by the Northern King's punch. Cracks rapidly spread, wrapping around the puppet's entire forearm. What a terrifying puppet! Seeing this scene, not only Su Rui, even the other people present couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. As members of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, they were naturally well aware of how powerful the Heavenly Puppet sect's puppet was. Without mentioning anything else, even they did not dare to casually clash head-on with Su Rui's puppet. However, the puppet that the Heavenly Puppet sect relied on had actually been reduced to such a state by a single punch from Xiao Yan's Northern King. This was truly shocking. Of course, in addition to their shock, greed for the Northern King also rose in the hearts of both sides. If such a powerful puppet could be used, then no matter which side it was, it would be an extremely powerful boost. Once one's cultivation reached the Origin King realm, the existence of every Origin King expert in one's faction was extremely important. If one could add an Origin King expert to one's faction, it would be considered a great achievement. In particular, a puppet with heaven-defying battle strength like this would definitely be an extremely powerful force once it was taken into one's sect. It might even increase the strength of the entire sect, let alone in the extreme south. Su Rui kill them? But Su Tsong and Su Rui exchanged glances with each other. Their faces revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, their bodies flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian in the blink of an eye. Each of them grabbed at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan could still deal with their attacks, but he dared not underestimate them with his current cultivation at returnance. The moment Su Rui appeared before him, he swung the blazing ruler in his hand viciously, using the seven-fold heaven-piercing ruler without any hesitation. He swung the ruler viciously at Su Rui, but the shocking light was forcefully dispersed by an Origin King with his powerful cultivation. The seven-fold heaven-piercing ruler that Xiao Yan was so proud of was stopped by Su Rui's 7 palms. Afterwards, he arrived before Xiao Yan. He sneered as he stabbed his sharp fingers toward Xiao Yan's chest. If the attack landed, Xiao Yan would probably be heavily injured immediately. The Way of the Void. Xiao Yan's face changed drastically when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Way of the Void rapidly condensed behind him, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan was sucked in by Su Rui's fingers. Spurt. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's chest was still left with a couple of bright red blood imprints by the 5 fingers. The blood in his body churned intensely and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. It turned into a blood arrow that shot towards Su Rui. However, it was shattered by an invisible strength when it approached the latter's face. Xiao Yan's body also took the opportunity to completely enter the tent. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared in the empty space hundreds of feet away. Before Xiao Yan had the chance to catch his breath, Su Rui's body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Immediately, Su Rui did not dare to hesitate even a little as he flipped his hand and violently threw out a ruler. Seven-fold heaven-piercing ruler. Too weak. Even if it's the Way of the Void, you're still too weak in front of me. At the same time his words sounded, Su Rui used one hand to block the huge ruler that Xiao Yan had swung over. His other hand heavily slammed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Immediately, fresh blood splattered. Xiao Yan's face had also turned bright red due to the congestion of blood. His pupils shrunk before they were enlarged. His entire aura also suddenly stagnated. Immediately, he violently flew backwards and swiftly landed on the ground below. Xiao Yan. The expression of Xiao Xian, who was fighting with Su Tsong, suddenly changed when he saw this. He could not be bothered with Su Tsong in front of him as he flipped his hand and forced his opponent back. After which, his body rushed out and hurriedly flew toward Xiao Yan. However, after Xiao Xian avoided Su Tsong, Yao Mei and the others suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Although it was a little strenuous, they still managed to stop Xiao Xian from rushing forward. As for Su Rui, he laughed sinisterly and charged towards Xiao Yan again. Chapter 1239. In the sky, when the bewitching woman and the burly man arrived in front of Xiao Xian, 2 invisible swords immediately formed on both sides of his body and pierced through the air, thrusting towards the two. Yo yo yo, how can a man be willing to attack a weak woman like me? She smiled seductively, and as her body flashed left and right, the pair of proud white rabbits on her chest also jumped. At the same time, Genesis Chi rapidly gushed out from her body, and a stream of purple light condensed into a ribbon between her fair hands, wrapping around the oncoming swords. The burly man raised his head and howled like a wolf. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and Genesis Chi gathered on them as he met the swords head-on. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike, break. With a low cry, the speed of the long sword that shot toward the two of them suddenly soared. At the same time, a hurricane began to swiftly circulate around the edge of the sword. Green light scattered and the ribbon and the green-colored hand claw were broken by this sword aura. Xiao Xian swiftly dodged the two of them and chased after Xiao Yan. Swish. The moment Xiao Xian gave way to the two, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, aiming for Xiao Xian's head. Get out of my way! But even so, Xiao Xian still ignored it. He swung his sword to meet the incoming attack. His body rapidly fell, but in the next second, Su Tsong and the puppet surrounded him again and blocked in front of him. If you want to save someone, You have to get past us first. Su Tsong coldly snorted, and as his palms opened and closed, surging Genesis chi surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant palm above his head and slammed toward Xianxia. I said, get out of my way. The repeated obstructions had exhausted Xianxia's little patience. As the giant palm slammed towards him, Xianxia lifted his fist, as though he was holding a hurricane in his palm. Without any fancy moves, he slammed his fist into the oncoming palm. Then, a terrifying gust of wind gushed out from the point of collision like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the palm. Boom! At basically the same time, the puppet charged over and threw a punch at Xianxia's abdomen. The terrifying power caused Xianxia to immediately cough up a mouthful of blood. In a split second, Xianxia's left hand pressed against the puppet's chest. An invisible sword with unparalleled sword chi pierced through the puppet's body. Afterwards, Xianxia was sent flying in a miserable state. He only managed to stop himself 1,000 feet away. Xianxia's body paused. His eyes immediately looked to Xiaoyan. He only quietly sighed in relief when he discovered that the latter was fine. He curled his right hand and an invisible hurricane agglomerated into a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xianxia had held a sword with his own hands since his resurrection. How many years? I haven't held a sword with my hands. At the same time, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for an instant. The expressions of Yao Mei and the rest changed drastically. The emotions in their hearts also became incomparably nervous at this moment. Be careful, that guy is about to reveal his trump card. Several people circulated the Genesis chi in their bodies with solemn expressions. Energy gathered in their palms, and some even began to condense a battle skill. But Xianxia acted as if he didn't hear anything. Xianxia's hand slowly touched the sword. With every inch he touched, an even more powerful sword intent seemed to gather on it. The sword trembled slightly and the air broke. This sword would be Xianxia's last attack in this battle. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to take Xiaoyan and leave this place. Qingmu sword art, one sword, another generation. The moment the words left his mouth, a great Dao tent instantly condensed in front of Xianxia. Relying on the speed of the great Dao of wind, he instantly appeared in front of Su Kong. Before the sound of the sword piercing through the air could be heard, the sword had already slashed out. Behind him were Yao Mei, the burly man with a green face, Che Fu and the severely injured puppet. Pucci. In the next instant, the few people who were hit by the sword spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces instantly turned pale. As for the puppet, the sword wound on its chest had penetrated its back, and it had been cut into two. Even if they were not heavily injured by the attack, they were still heavily injured. Su Tsong, in particular, had received Xiaoxian's first attack. It was the most powerful, so she was naturally the most heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoxian had split the power of the attack, Su Tsong probably would have died. Even so, Xiaoxian's state had also fallen to rock bottom after executing the sword attack. The only thing he could do now was to use the last trace of Genesis chi in his body to take Xiaoyan away from this area. On the other side, the battle between Xiaoyan and Su Rui continued. In the following collisions, Xiaoyan relied on the great Dao of the Void to barely stabilize his body. His continuous dodging, coupled with the speed of the Wing Elephant Art and Heaven Extinction Step, made it difficult for Su Rui to catch him. But in the occasional collisions, some eye-catching wounds were left on Xiaoyan's body. Boy, your speed is not bad, but I want to see how long you can keep dodging like this. Su Rui once again viciously shattered the afterimage that Xiaoyan had left behind. The expression on his face was not angry but a smile. This kind of battle situation caused him to feel the joy of a lion hunting a rabbit. Each time he gave chase, he would add more injuries to Xiaoyan's body. When the countless number of injuries were added together, it was definitely a kind of unbearable pain. He appeared to have already seen Xiaoyan's bloody appearance. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's great Dao power was exhausted, and his final dodging had lost its effect. But Su Rui still sneered and appeared in front of him again. Gaga Gaga, what's the matter, boy? You finally ran out of strength. Su Rui's face was ferocious as he bent his fingers and clawed viciously at Xiao Yan's chest. His fingers were sharp, and he looked like he was about to take his life. However, in the face of this attack, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was completely calm. The corner of his mouth, which was covered in fresh blood, was even lifted into a cold smile. His body did not dodge, appearing to be waiting for the moment of death to arrive. In the next moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. The North King's figure had appeared beside Su Rui out of nowhere, and he viciously punched at Su Rui's head. If Su Rui did not stop now, even if he killed Xiao Yan, the North King's punch would definitely be enough to take his life. Damn it! How did this bastard? Su Rui cursed inwardly. Su Rui quietly cursed in his heart. He was unwilling to use his King Yuan's life to exchange for a person who was about to die. Helpless, he could only withdraw his hand and hurriedly exchange a palm with the Northern King. His body borrowed the force to swiftly withdraw. By the time he recovered, the Northern King was already standing in front of Xiao Yan, blocking the latter's body behind it.